Yo, what is up, everybody? Whoa. It's your boy Drew. It's Tuesday night, man. And I wanted to go in on tonight, like the ideas of sin, the ideas with the fallen nature of mankind, free will, that type of stuff. And along with what you would call like the new age deception, I guess, where, you know, following this truther stuff this long, I see it all the time. These people all have like the same belief system, the Gnostic heresies and everything, and it leads to this. Let me show you. Shout out to the chat. It leads to this that I just keep saying over and over and over again. So don't take yourself too seriously, Aphrodite. Our girl Aphrodite here, she had a community tab post that said, I probably most closely align with the teachings of the Rosicrucian order, although I don't pledge allegiance to any god or entity. I believe the blood of Christ runs in my veins, as I am Rose of Sharon. So if you know Aphrodite, she'd believe she's the goddess Aphrodite. Actually, she said in the past she's Christ, and I see this over and over again in these people that get into this stuff, and I called her out here. I said, you do pledge allegiance to a god entity, though, Aphrodite, who you say is you, so you're practicing worship of the self. To which she replied, and this is what I see everywhere. She says, yes, I believe that I am God incarnate. There is no greater power outside of me. If that bothers you, get over it. So, also, like, I'm always pressing, calling out Paul enslaved and stuff. He does the same thing. Like, he says, I am the closest thing to God in this realm. And all these people end up having almost this identical same belief set here. Miss Layla.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Cool. What's up, guys?
What is up, Miss Layla?
I haven't been on in a long time, so I kind of thought I'd pop in here. I might not be on here too long, but
I'm sure the boys will be crying soon.
Probably. They know when I'm doing something.
I'm sure you have a lot to say about sin or the fallen nature of man.
Yeah, sin is real.
Yeah, this is Truth Hurts says bunch of Christ deniers, which I was at one point, which same as me, and I think a lot of the people in here. These people that are into this, they think no one can even understand what they're talking about because it's like so profound. But a lot of us have already been there
Yeah, that's
and
what I was
moved
gonna
past that.
say. Yeah, I've been there too. So it might be like we're coming from like the other side of it, you know.
Right.
So it looks silly to us, but then you have to remember that that was us at one point too. You know.
Right, but they seem unwilling to like hear anything, you know.
Oh yeah, the
A
mention of
lot of these
sin.
people.
Yeah, I saw that in action today. That was interesting.
What do you think, or what do you got to say about sin? What I see a lot of these people just kind of brush. They just say like sin is vices. That's all they say. I hear that one over and over when I talk about sin. I think until you incorporate sin into your whole worldview, you have like an incomplete worldview.
Well, yeah, vice is rooted in sin. So
Right.
yeah,
They just try to like brush it off. Wow, it's just a
it's a vice, right? It's
just
just
a
a vice.
vice. Like they try to
Well,
make it sound like, well, like I could stop anytime or whatever, which some people probably could, but
yeah, I mean, yeah, vice is rooted in sin. It's that simple. So you can't have a vice without the sin that initiates the vice. You know, it becomes habitual and addictive in a sense. The thing about
and,
vices is like the things that you use as a crutch, you know.
and then they'll always deny that they are sinners. They'll be like, no, you're a sinner. This is not one person I'm talking about. This is the same thing I'm seeing over and over again. Like, I'm not a sinner. No.
Yeah, everybody's a sinner. We're born into a broken world. That's the reality of it. There's no escaping that. Um, you can't escape that by trying to be your own God and make your own little guidelines. It doesn't work like that. I've never seen it work like that ever in history. It hasn't worked like that for me because I tried that too. Like I understand where you're coming from. um, yeah, and that's the whole thing too. Like I see a lot of people get very heated when you mention the Savior, our Lord Jesus Christ. Um, like they get so mad and like, oh yeah, you think people need a savior? You're so weak and like pathetic. You need a savior. Like, have you met people? Like, people aren't doing very good on their own. You know, you even see that in like relationships. Like, people need relationship, right? Um, yeah. I mean, we do need some help. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it shows there is power in the
Yeah, but
name of Jesus. You saw it today on Paul and Slave. He couldn't even say the word. He couldn't say it over and over again. He just kept
oh, that
saying
was
Jeebus, Jeebus,
wild.
Jeebus.
He
He could
got
not say it.
yeah,
And when
that was
I was
wild.
in there trying to talk about sin, and all he would do was dump me backstage. I couldn't get one word in.
Yeah.
And
Well,
it was almost like the demons possessed him to just shout for an hour straight so that he couldn't even hear one word. One word wouldn't be allowed to pass into his
yeah.
filter.
Yeah, that was weird. But let me like clarify that too though. Needing a savior doesn't mean that you just like call out to somebody and then your whole life is fixed and saved and you're gonna be great. No, you still have to do a lot of hard work because of sin. And because we're prone to that, we live in a broken world, we're prone to falling and doing the wrong thing, you know? So you still have to walk the walk and do all the hard stuff and do kind of like, you know, God helps those who help themselves. You have to put in the effort, you know, to save yourself, but you do need, you know, that source of grace to fill you and help you to like follow that path, you know. I don't think that's like a bizarre thing to say or like a, you know, out there outlandish claim. Yeah, it was just crazy. Yeah, that dude couldn't even say the name. He was like, his eyes were like feral, like an
No,
animal. That was nuts.
that was
Here,
funny as
do I
hell.
have the
Oh, there
cross
you go.
up
There you
there?
go. The cross.
Yeah, there you go.
We got a real superstar in the house here backstage. You ready to rub shoulders with greatness here?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Yo, it's Reagan Kelly, everyone. Reagan
Oh,
is in the
yo.
house. Reagan's here.
The album was bomb.
Oh, what's up? What's up, Reagan? What do you think about sin, Reagan? Really?
I don't know what it sounds like on your end, but I just hear mooing like a cow or something.
I heard like a loop. Like I couldn't tell what it was saying, but it was like
EBT says the Vatican created sin to cause you guilt so they can make money and enslave you. Right.
you should feel guilty though, right?
Well, yeah, you should, because you have your emotions to help you, figure life out. Yeah, you should feel guilt and shame for the wrong things that you do, and that should push you to want to fix it and not do it again. That's normal.
Right. And what about, like, what do you got to say? Just the fallen nature of mankind itself, like we're all in the same, like, kind of, I don't want to use the word sickness, but like the same brokenness, I guess, is maybe that's a better word.
Yeah. I mean, we need help, obviously. We're created beings. We're, in a sense, like creatures, created beings. So, yeah, we need a creator to rely on and to help us and show us the way, And I think a big problem is where people want, like you put in the beginning, like want to become their own God, and they make their own little like set of rules and like kind of just based on how they feel about like what sin is or what wrongdoing is or good and evil. It always comes down to good and evil, which good and evil
Right.
exist too.
Right. And then when you're sinning, then you are given over to Satan at that point, right?
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. And I guess you can be deceived in a sense, but not really, because I don't think it comes down to like the free will aspect of it, I guess. I don't think people like can get tricked into sin. You have to choose to do it.
Right.
And yeah, like I hear a lot of talk of like, oh yeah, we need to wake everybody up. And once, the collective or whatever wakes up, then, all the problems are going to be fixed and we'll be able to overthrow the government and like fix all these things. See, I don't think it works like that. I don't think people are asleep. I think
EBT says Satan isn't the author of sin, man is. And isn't it
true. Well,
Satan's only like his only weapon, right? That he can really use against you.
Yeah.
Just to get you to do it yourself, like to trick you into it.
Yeah, I agree with that. But no, I think if you removed like the government or all the big evils that people love to like get hyped up about, we would choose it again tomorrow. I hear that a lot. People say like, okay, humanity's asleep and we have to wake everybody up, and like to the evil that the government's like enacting on everybody and enslaving people. No, people are choosing it actively, actually, and they would put in another system tomorrow.
Yeah, I agree. Same types of things would be happening.
What's up, bro? You don't like my Reagan porno?
Is that what that was? It sounded like a cat, like it's mooing or something.
Oh, I think Raymond's crying.
I
think Raymond's crying.
She's saying you can come, but you can't leave. And the dude right next to her is like literally coming. Anyway,
Raymond.
This is an excerpt from a private chat that her and I had on Instagram. The one time.
Oh damn! You get like, yeah. Hold on. Crying kids. Yeah, listen, Long Reach One says sin is the way of the youth. That's definitely, if you look at everything that's promoted through the mainstream media, who's controlled by the who, Cecil? The who? Those people.
The Jays.
Then if you understand that and you look at it and
Well,
you can see
there's
that's what they promote.
there's no reason to say anything other than just evil, because if there's anything that we can definitely say about their actions, that's what it is. So there's no real need to attach a label to anybody. You know, and actually, you just sound like a nutcase if you're always trying to guess who it. Oh, the Illuminati, the Freemasons, the Red Jays, and just say evil.
It do be the Jays though. Come on,
just say evil, all right? No, because see, the whole point of naming them like bumps their ego, and that's already like a problem they have. It's like feeding into the ego of evil. So just say evil, because that's all it is.
I always point back to Satan because they're obviously worshiping somebody, and I feel like that's Satan. And has anybody seen how, I don't know what the exact name of them are, they're like the ultra mega Jays, like the ultra orthodox or whatever. They wear the black cube on their forehead. Has no one seen that?
Oh,
I've seen a picture.
yeah,
It's pretty weird. Like BlackRock owns everything. It's the black dome of the rock, the ice cube.
Yeah, and you know what? You know what's funny too? So like the Muslims, when they go to Mecca, they do that thing where they twirl around the big, I think it's called the Kaaba or something like that, right? There's that big black rock that they do the thing where they go the circle around it, right?
The cube. Cube, trust the plan.
Yeah, it's the cube, right? So who did Jesus Christ call out to when he was being crucified on the cross? What was the name of God?
That's true. I should know. I'm not smart.
He called out to Elah. Elah. Okay, look it up in the Bible. When he's being crucified, he calls out, I call out to my father, Elah. What do Muslims worship?
I don't know. Let's ask one. We got one right here. Toilet Bowl Earth.
I'm not fucking Muslim, dude. I'm out of here. Don't ever say that again.
Crypto. He's a crypto.
What? He's fucking around.
Toilet
What's up,
turtle.
man?
Come back.
Oh,
toilet
wow.
turtle.
He's sensitive tonight. You never know what you're gonna get with Toilet Bowl Earth. I think he might have BPD.
No,
Is that what it's called? Or MPD? What is it called? Multiple personality, whatever the new name for that shit is.
Schizo.
That's really what it is. Smith, what is your damn avatar? I don't know.
Well, I had it called Moose Knuckles when I went on Moose's channel.
Very
dope
don't
picture.
do it.
That's beautiful. That's healthy. Don't be a bigot.
That's not even like a moose knuckle. I don't know what I would call that, man. It's like a body pillow folded in half or something.
Oh. Little comic relief.
Somebody was in the back and now they're gone. Though.
You bitch, reggae. Fucking jacking some dude off, telling him you can come, but you can never leave. Damn. I'm gonna have to go take a cold shower right now.
That's your girl Reagan, man.
Nah, bro. Nah.
What do you think on sin, Smith? What's your hot take?
Well, I brought something up in the Oxford Dictionary this year. They took the word sin out, and you can Google it, and they say because it's fallen into disuse and isn't recognized by the younger generation. I mean, seems pretty clear.
So they want to just memory hold the concept of sin, basically.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably racist anyways. So the Bible's racist. Don't be bigots, Just let everybody love what they love.
Yeah.
Whatever that fucking
look who's back. It's the ultra Christian. Total Bowl Earth. What's up, bro?
Hello.
What I missed?
The SCP this week was on intravenous sin.
What was?
The SCP, I don't know if you follow the SCP community. Bong Ripper does. It's basically like a creative writing community that creates like do you know what creepypasta is?
Yeah.
It's a fictional organization called the Foundation. It's kind of like a cross between the Men in Black and like the X-Files, and it started on 4chan X. But anyway, every week I follow this guy called the Vulcan, and every week they do a thing on a different file. And the SCP this week was I think it was like 1123, but it was this serum called intravenous sin.
Like taking the jab?
Say what, Smith?
I said like taking the jab intravenously?
Yeah, like that. Only it's a machine that can like extract or inject sin into you.
Yeah. Sounds like the jab to me, because you have Revelation 3:11, let no man take your crown, and it was the crown virus, and your cells have what's called a protein corona around them. So let no man infiltrate your cells of your DNA and take your crown.
What is this? I keep on hearing that there's like a nerve that's inside of the brain that looks like a crown of thorns. Have you heard about that? Who was that? I've heard it from multiple different locations. That we have like this main nerve or something. I think the spine goes into the freaking brain, inside this cranium, and it's like there's this thing in there that looks like a crown of thorns or something.
Interesting.
Yeah.
What up, Toilet Bowl Earth? Dude, if nobody's seen his chicken pot pie stream, shit's
what's up?
hilarious. I yield.
What's up, bro?
What's my better, man?
What's the orthodoxy say about them daggone sins, man? Them daggone sins.
I mean, you know, sin is just being disobedient to God, man. You choose to do these things. I mean, sin. I think sin and like people's needs are kind of very closely related. You know, I think people's needs puts them in a position or at the disposal of others that like have shit that they want, and I don't know. It's like an aspect of people when they don't have things, and
Like the covetous nature.
yeah, that's well people's like status and power and stuff like that, and what value systems of the world. Yeah, people want those things. I don't know. I think it's like need, I think like when people look at what God or what they think God is like this is like God like lacks need altogether. You know what I mean? God is, and stands in his own identity. So like we are kind of like obviously not God, and that's one of our fatal flaws is this perpetual want and need, and so sin is tied up to that because we want these things and we go about them in the worst way possible, and we think that that's like real power is to have things and to have like, I don't know, a dominative spirit. I think sin is tied up with like our needs, because like our needs, we can have these things and possessions, and these our needs are also like, I don't know, anything can be a threat to them, so we have to act accordingly to keep those needs the way they are, but I think I don't know, I'm just rambling, bro.
What do you think drives these people that we see all over these like truth community and everything? They all end up to the I'm God, I'm the closest thing to God, blah blah, that type of nonsense.
Who are you talking about?
I am.
Not necessarily. I'm not talking about one person in particular, but I see it over and over again.
Everyone. Everyone on the internet. It's the Christos oil, snake oil salesman.
Yeah,
They're
Christ
selling you the snake
consciousness.
oil.
Well,
You're
no,
a snake in your soul. Men are inherently evil, and you're not God. That's all I got.
Well, I think it just.
I
I think it's just. I think it's just.
Who?
I didn't mean you, Cecil. I meant people in general who are saying Christ is within you. Yes, also.
Awesome,
But
bro. Awesome. I was actually asking Drew, like, because he said, "What do you think about these people that you see all over the truth community that think they're God?" I know I'm fucking up what he said, but I'm asking, like, who are you talking about? Tommy?
What? Who? Like, you want
What are you
specific
talking
names? I see it all the time, all over.
But
Are you
I
talking
showed the
about
one
people-
example when I came in here was like Aphrodite posted that, and then earlier, maybe it wasn't today, but within the last few days, Paul Enslaved says a variation of the same thing, like I'm the closest thing in this realm to God, or something along those lines. But I see it over and over and over again, not just those two people.
Okay.
Oh.
Well,
oh yeah, I mean, there's a few bestseller books out there about New Age stuff, so it's not like it's not exactly hidden in niche communities.
Right, and so it seems like all the conspiracy type things are based on like that Gnosticism stuff to lead people to that belief system. It seems like, because I believe the conspiracies are all planted on purpose, so they want to send people a certain way.
Get some out of culpability. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, you're the truly divine one, yada yada yada. But who knows what? I mean, it's a really unintelligible mess. I don't even know what exactly. How do they even get there? You know what I mean? Just knowing things. I don't know. What else do you got to do?
Yeah, you just have to know things, and
Like,
sometimes they'll say like, "Be nice to people." That's all you have to do is just be nice to people,
that's cool.
right?
So like if I'm a bastard and I steal a bunch of money from people but if I volunteer at the retirement community, I'm a good person now. Will I not be judged for the rest of the things I've done? You know?
yeah,
They
Layla.
also-
good to
It's
see
just
you.
a weird, duplicitous way of living to me. It's zero accountability, a zero
Well,
standard way of living. And I mean,
there you go, too.
if you're the
That's a
one
big part
that's,
of it is no standards.
I mean, there's no real standard in their worldview at all. I mean, none of it really makes sense. None of it's really applicable to me. At least, I don't know.
I feel like they want like the spirituality people. They want to like LARP, like they're like worshiping God or something, but they don't want any of the responsibilities that come with it. And they don't want to have to actually like do anything. They just
exactly.
want to like say words.
I mean, the Christian message is pretty clear about it. You know, the true power in Christianity is seen in the exercise of service. You know, a life of self-giving. And when people sort of identify with that and like serving rather than possessing, you know, then like as I said before, like need, you know, that's that sort of thing. It ceases to like threaten you. You know, instead it's like it becomes like instead like people's need become like the occasion and reason to serve, and which is a real genuine life in my opinion. You know, to remove need. I don't know.
And pretty says self-hate is seen as a huge problem. People act traumatized if you say you hate yourself. Yeah, like when I say I've had that pushback on that when I say like I'm at war with myself to try to, you know, not fall into sin and stuff every day. And they're like, you're in war with yourself. Like it's such a bad thing because these people think that they're God. So then they just worship themselves.
This reminds me, I've been listening to a lot of Tupac lately. There's this one song called Only God Can Judge Me Now. You ever heard it? Only God
Probably.
can judge me now. You ever heard that one, Drew?
I've probably heard it, but I don't remember it right now. I need to hear it.
I mean, I pretty much said the most important line, so you know.
Okay, but what about shouldn't you judge yourself and judge your own actions, or you even judge other
Well,
people's
this is
actions?
where having a personal relationship with God comes in. Because yeah, like only God can judge me now. I don't need a church or a book to have a relationship with God. I just need to have a right moral compass. Like obviously, I'm not a mass murderer. I'm not running around fucking other dudes' wives. I'm not stealing shit all the time. I'm certainly not an excessively materialistic person. I don't like to lie, cheat, and steal. You know, who are these other people that claiming to be Christians that feel like they have the need to judge me? Only God can judge me. And that doesn't
Ultimately,
mean I'm
but
an egoist and I think that I'm God or whatever the fuck. You
I
know,
mean,
I'm not gay. I follow the Ten
so
Commandments. Leave me alone. Okay?
that's another one when people. That's another one they throw out. It's like only God can judge me. Only God. You can't judge me. Only God can judge me. That's not what God says, bro.
Okay. Okay, so what am I supposed to do? Go become a part of a church so people can stick their nose up at my business 24/7 and feel like well, a
it's
bunch of
called
people, by the way,
it's
are
called
fellow
accountability.
sinners just like me, right?
What's called accountability. See, like having a personal trainer or something, right? That person's not there to have their nose in your business. They're there to like help keep you
Oh,
on
like
track.
a
I
life
don't know what
coach
kind
or
of
whatever.
churches you going to, bro, but that sounds weird as hell.
A hypocritical person who's also a sinner. You think you have the right to like tell me something? No,
But
you
we're
don't.
all
Who are you
sinners.
talking about?
We're all sinners.
Are you? Do you have personal experience with this, Cecil? Have you gone to churches like that where they say that to you? I guess he's
Rage
going.
quit. Rage quit. We
I bet.
judged him. We judged him, bro. He didn't like the judgment.
Yeah. That's cool.
Yeah, I don't know. I wanted to hear a little more from. I want to have him kind of unpack that a little more.
He was getting a little huge there. He's getting
Yeah,
pissed off, bro.
he doesn't want to be judged. That's what I hear from all these people though. Like, don't judge me or don't judge anyone. Why not?
Well,
As a judge.
well, I mean, Scripture tells us to judge righteously and not hypocritically. So it's not like. I think what you're thinking of is, I don't know what, like if something's clearly wrong, according to us, we have a right to, say, hey, this is not right. That's not judging him. It's just, I mean, from our standard, it's wrong, and it's our job to communicate that to them. But if I'm, it would be like me yelling at EBT saying you should stop drinking.
Right.
When I obviously engage in that activity as well, that wouldn't be okay because I'd be a
But
retard.
at the
Hypocrite.
same time, you realize that you guys overindulge in that, right? Like, I don't think there's anything wrong with you guys kind of calling each other out, even though you both do it, and you, Smith.
Yeah, I mean, I know I have like boredom drinking issues I should deal with. Yeah, I'm getting there. It's just stupid. I know it's stupid. And
I don't go to church, but I agree with what you were saying, Drew, about, going there and having some accountability. So that's kind of what I do is I go online, I make terrible choices, I drink a bunch. No one even knows me here. I could not tell anybody. I want to be held accountable. I don't want to make mistakes, but I've made mistakes. I love the hell out of Toilet Bowl Earth, yourself, whoever else that, maybe that I've had issues with. That's not me. So I like to be accountable.
Yeah, but like maybe I've never gone to these churches. I don't know. I don't think I've ever experienced something where you go to church and people are confronting you and judging you. That's a strange thing. I think that's usually done in private, not at
No,
church.
I agree. I mean, just more. It's like going around. Somebody and you made a bet. I don't know if anybody, like when you maybe first started smoking pot. I think most people smoke it, and you'd go around whatever friend that wasn't into that, and they would know that you did it. And it's like you didn't have to admit to them. They were. I don't know how to explain it, but yeah, I don't go to church either. Maybe I should, or I enjoy the fellowship and you guys talking the word and that kind of thing.
What's up, Neurojack? You gonna swing through tonight, Neurojack? Or do you got to drink a little more too? A lot of Christian alcoholics in these streets, man. I noticed that. Nothing wrong with that.
Hey, I was drinking way before I was a Christian, man. So it's
You keeping it real.
they're not related. I don't drink because I'm Christian.
Yeah, the link's pinned if anyone wants to come up, man.
I'm at least not doing the spirits tonight.
My brain works so much better in the morning than right before I'm about to pass out.
You got to work tomorrow?
Yeah, I got to be up at like 3:30 actually.
3:33.
That's right, 3:33. It's usually what time I get there too.
What kind of stuff you do? Construction?
I'd be doing some shit.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Nothing wrong with being a slave, providing for your family. I love it. I grew up so fucking poor that I'm not like, I don't, lust for possessions, but I love to just, not spoil my kid, but just kind of give them, what they want, I guess, in a way. I got one kid. It's good to be able to give them everything I didn't have. Maybe not everything, but.
When you said slave, Smith, that reminds me.
It was a joke. It was a joke. Just
no. I'm just saying, like, that reminds me. I wanted to say, like, but a real slave, though, to me, is someone that's a slave to their sin, right, and can never like get over that. And you just keep making that same sin over and over and over, and like, even if bad shit's happening to you, and then you can, that's a slave, in my opinion.
Oh, I agree. I mean, I was doing pretty good. Not that anybody cares, but I had quit, drinking for about 5 days. Had a company party, had a couple. Quit for a couple more days. Went camping. Fucking drank way too much. I'm on the last of the alcohol I did have. I was also in the process of quitting smoking at the same time, so I'm down from 2 packs a day to about 8 a day. I mean, 2 packs is a fucking lot of cigarettes.
2 packs is a lot, yeah.
Yeah, and that started in probably the last 6 months. So yeah,
the numbers, man, they're driving you crazy.
Oh, I've had those for about 2 years, but it's driven me crazy that once, and I'm not pointing at whoever, but I went on the first panel, and it's been tough, I don't know, man, and so that made me more manic when I'd go on other people's shows, and it's like, fuck, man, I'm just a normal person like everybody else. So it's all good.
EBT,
what up, man?
What's up, fat slave?
What's up, fat slave? I'm just out here standing for my rights and freedoms, doing what I do, getting my results, doing what I do. So, I mean, y'all can't judge me. Y'all cannot judge me. You're not on my level. There's no way you can judge me. So, you know what it is. You know what it is.
All-star panel. I'm going to drop out, though. I'm just going to watch you guys. What up?
Right.
No, what up, Provo?
Come back later if you want.
Provo.
Stay, brother.
Toilet bowler through. This is an all-star panel. Don't let me ruin this shit with my.
I'm trying to get my Provo like optics
like that wide
right.
angle.
Hey,
my Provo optics right.
Somebody else get with me on this though. EBT Drew, Toilet Bowl Earth. I know nothing about broadcasting. Tell Provo to get his camera closer to his face, eye level. Connect with your audience a little more.
Shit's on his ceiling.
I know shit about broadcasting. That's all I'm saying.
No. It's about. No, you gotta set the stage. People like that. You gotta have the lights in the background. You gotta have the RGBs. This is like YouTube 101. All right.
Nothing but love to you guys. Peace out. I'm gonna be.
God bless you, Smith.
Appreciate
Drew's
you.
got some like fucking incandescence in the background or something. This is not YouTube friendly.
That's a.
It's not how it works.
Salt lamp.
No, what's that owl?
Oh,
Mithra?
he's got that woo woo lamp.
It's what do you call it?
Woo-woo lamp.
Molech.
Suspicious.
My bookcase is over there, Jim Bob. I can't get it in the. I don't have a I can't get it in my corner but I would if I could. Because if you have a bookcase behind you, that means you're automatically more intelligent
Now listen,
and
Talcott, that's
more
a real
credible.
fireplace behind me.
Mm.
Brick.
I did not. I've never seen a fire in that fireplace or in Talcott. So
I'm in Florida, so I don't know why the fuck there's even a fireplace here. So
you know they have fireplaces in Florida. That's a thing.
well, I know
It's
they
weird.
do, but it's weird. Yeah.
And the
E-
houses we have in Florida have fireplaces. I don't know why.
yeah. Real quick, Layla says, yeah, when you're a slave to your whims and your feelings, and that's when you're like a beast, right? You just can't resist these slave sin, being a slave to your sin. You can't. What is the Catholic Church like stand? I mean, not stance, but like what's some of the Catholic Church shit on sin?
I mean that's a super like broad topic, but I mean we would the Catholic Church view would be essentially that like sin is actually literally like in your blood, like it's literally in your DNA. So like this is kind of part of how the Catholic conception of original sin comes from, is that like if we are a genetic offspring of Adam and Eve, is that somehow this is passed down genetically. Even Aquinas goes so far to say that the original sin, is passed through the sperm when it inseminates the female. So it's there as a whole, and then we can see how sin kind of devolves nature, mankind's nature as a whole, right?
I like
Wait,
that.
so the Catholics believe we adopt his guilt?
Well, I mean, then well, because there's going to be a difference between guilt and sin. I mean, like, you know, often I hear this polemic from Eastern Orthodox that they don't believe in original sin, but I mean, really, they kind of actually they do. I mean, it's really just kind of a word game that's being played there with the whole idea of original sin. But
Well, I mean, that's what you're saying when I don't know much about what you're saying about the Catholic saying it's in our DNA. I mean, I'm assuming that's what you mean, like as in. I mean, I don't know about the guilt part, but I assume the effects of his sin is passed to generations.
yeah, it's not well, and then there gets to be a debate about what it's like. Is there can generational curses be passed down and all this kind of stuff? But I guess perhaps guilt is an effect of sin, right? I mean, this is a common human experience. Where if we take this beyond any kind of religion or spirituality, when you do something wrong in general, you're feeling guilt for it, right? So this is the law that's written on your heart. You know that when you do something wrong, that you feel guilt. And then we would even make the delineation in society that people that can do wrong and don't feel guilt about it are psychopaths, right? So I mean, like, you know, where are we going to draw distinctions on right and wrong, good and evil, what's a crime, what's a sin, all this kind of stuff. I mean, like, this stuff seems to be important, right? But in the general human experience, I think we're going to know when we do something wrong, the repercussion of doing that should be the feeling of whatever guilt is, right? Like, you're experiencing that guilt to some extent in the common human experience, right?
Yeah.
It doesn't seem so common
It also
lately.
it sounds a little bit like the new age trauma. Like you got to cleanse your family of your trauma, and you know what I'm talking about, where they generational trauma that you have to work
Generational
through.
curses and shit like
Yeah,
that.
I gotta work through my parents' trauma and my grandparents' trauma during this life cycle and incarnation. But kind of sounds like what you're saying with like you pass, it's genetic, you carry it on or something. It's kind of new agey tie there.
Well, I
Maybe
mean,
not.
in general, the new age are robbing and picking and choosing from all different systems and then trying to make it into one kind of cohesive system. So I mean, like, yeah, there might be parallels between New Age and a lot of other systems, but that's just particularly because they're picking and choosing. And New Age comes from theosophy, so like the whole idea of picking and choosing stuff, I mean, like, is theosophy in general, right? So
Yeah.
of course there's going to be parallels. There's going to be parallels to everything. I mean, like, there's parallels in Kabbalah to every other religion, right? There's parallels in Islam. There's parallels in Mormonism. There's parallels in Catholicism, in Orthodoxy. Does that mean because there's some parallels that they're the same? I don't think so. I mean,
Yeah.
because we can make distinctions, and this gets to the point of to where I think the topic of the stream is about, like, are we God? Is all one? If we're making this claim that we are God and that we are all one, then therefore we cannot make any distinctions, and therefore we cannot even have an intelligible conversation about anything at this point. Because if everything is all one, there's no distinctions. We can't even speak to each other at this point. And this is why this concept really destroys itself in general. And the whole idea of monism really is like the core principle of Eastern religions, as well as New Age thoughts, and all these people that say they're spiritual, not religion, all this not religious, all this stuff really just comes back to monism, which to me is self-refuting, because it always has to devolve into this idea of all distinctions are illusionary, and that we live in some kind of Maya or some kind of simulation, to where anytime you make a distinction between you or another person, that doesn't actually exist, because we all actually are one. So, I mean, how could we even have a conversation with each other if we all are one? If you are God and somehow I'm God, but I can oppose you, but my opposition is not actually in opposition to you, the whole thing breaks down, really, logically. You can't even use logic in the monistic system, because you can't even make distinctions in general. There are different subcategories within monism. Anyways, welcome, Machine Lies. Assalamu alaikum, my brother.
Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum assalam. What's going on? I hope everyone can hear me.
Sounds good.
You're good.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, but I like what you guys are talking about here. Thank you for welcoming me here, first of all, and also greetings to EBT and Toilet Bowl Earth and Provo Kid. Thank you for joining me here. But yeah, I think it's interesting. I think it's interesting where they there's a lot of topics being touched on, and I like the flow of the information. But yeah, I like how EBT said about Thomas Aquinas, and one of the things in Thomas Aquinas that comes up in his philosophy is he brings in this word called licentiousness. And it's important to note that freedom is not the same thing as licentiousness. How people think that freedom is just doing whatever you want, but it's clear that people who do whatever the fuck they want, they're not any more free than your regular person, because like Drew said, they're actually slave to their own sins and desires, so they fall prey to materialism way quicker. And there is that New Age belief that you got to create your own destiny and shit like that. So, but that's just licentiousness. See, licentiousness means you could just do whatever the fuck you want, but freedom is an optimal form of human experience. It's seeing what humanity's true potential is. So once a human being reaches his true potential, he's able to express his own freedom. But most people are not even in control of their own desires, let alone any of those things. So I think it's interesting that we make a distinction between freedom on the one hand and licentiousness on the other hand, and also monism on the one hand and pantheism on the other hand, because those two are not the same thing, because materialism is technically monism. Any form of materialism is monism, because there's only one type of substance in the universe, and that's matter for the materialist. So the materialist is a monist, but then a pantheist. See, a pantheist may believe that everything is God, which is or that everything is one, so they don't believe in the distinction between truth and falsehood. But there's no I think there's no duality between human beings and nature, because we are tied to our nature. We're slaves to our own human nature, you know. But in another sense, you know, there's no way that you know, you know, I think I totally lost my train of thought here.
Yeah, I'm super glad that you joined tonight, the Machine Lies, because I kind of took some notes tonight, and I was hoping that you would join, because I was hoping that we would touch on monism, we'd touch on pantheism, we touch on panpsychism. But what you just brought up is fantastic, because often the Catholic critique on the American experiment is that, yes, we have been granted licentious liberty. Not that we've been granted freedom, but we've been granted this liberty to pursue whatever it is that we want for happiness. And this, in essence, is anti-Catholic. Is the foundation of America, is this idea that you can do whatever you want as long as it doesn't necessarily affect anybody else, and that's okay, and that's granted by God. And we would necessarily disagree with that as a whole. So yes, you're granted license for the liberty to pursue in these events. So yes, that's a good thing. But also the pantheism is something that I definitely want to talk about tonight. And for me, I don't see any difference between pantheism and atheism. Although the argument's made that it is a theistic worldview, I believe that essentially pantheism is no different from atheism. If the universe is God, this does not pursue the creator creation distinction that we hold within Christianity. Negates that, therefore, it's no different from atheism. The atheist can claim that the universe is, you know, the source of all things, and that makes no distinction for a creator outside of that. But in classical theism, we believe that the creator is outside of the creation, that there's a distinction there, right? But in pantheism, it gets a little different. And I'd like maybe if you could probably go into the distinctions there on panpsychism, where the difference is there.
Well, I just think of panpsychism in terms of Parmenides. So I think like there is a true presupposition, but it's basically Parmenides. Now that might sound confusing because Parmenides basically does say all of reality is like one thing. But I think that it's true to say that there's a continuity within reality in terms of time and movement and space and those things, but also that you know, at one sense, you know, that you know, that time is basically controlled by God, you know. And I believe this firmly, that like God is basically what like we know as like history or time, you know. But in another sense, I think that like, you know, when you're standing in the presence of God, all of reality, I think, is fake. And you did say that that like God is separate from reality, you know. So like there is like something where like God is like, or I mean that God comes into the world, you know, so that God is greater than the world itself, you know, because God created the world. So it's like, God is more real than the world itself, you know. So I feel like in a sense you can't deny the reality of the world because you're denying that God has movement throughout time, you know. But then I think that in another sense, you can't deny that reality is completely false in terms of the way we perceive reality, meaning empiricism is false. You know, so like the reason why those founding fathers thought that we get to create our own reality, the first and foremost reason why they thought that was because they were empiricists. And that means that they believe that man is born with a blank slate, but man is born with an inherent human nature. And this is why there was a struggle in the church to define what sin was, because they wanted to define how sin was locked into this thing called human nature. And then when they started to become empiricists, they started to construct man out of the state of nature debate, and they started to construct man through a blank slate. So they said you could just imprint onto man whatever you want. But of course, that's not true. Man starts with all this history, even, the sins of the father and all of these things that are, attuned to our, us reaching our greatest potential. And that means that we have to struggle. And I do think that in reality, I think thoughts are primary to matter, and I think that's how God sees things too. I think if you had God, I think God is basically what does it mean that God is everywhere and nowhere? I think that means that God is actually in a realm that's more real than this realm, and I think that realm is the realm of thoughts and ideas. So it's how they say imagination is greater than knowledge, and I think God dwells in the realm of the the greater mental sense of the imagination. So I don't so in that sense I think that thoughts are primary to reality because creation is primary to material, in that sense, but I digress.
But
That's great.
but you would say that different levels of material possess different levels of monad, right? Is what you would say, or no?
Well, I would say that like there's no sense in which mind comes into existence. So there's no sense that mind emerges from matter. So I think that since thoughts aren't can't be tied to any material construct, I don't think that I think that they're one and one with matter itself. So I think that anything that so basically I think there's little eyes everywhere, and they're like little, whatever, like little angels, if you want to call them, and they are observing reality, you know and by observing I do mean influencing to a certain extent.
Mm.
So I don't know if like for example, I don't really I believe in one sense free will is like a fucking double-edged sword, because in one sense, you can sanity machine, yeah. You call me the insanity machine. And
These age-old questions, really. So to call it hippie pot philosophy is kind of
It's
not intelligible, but
it's EBT Machine Lies' philosophy Tinder date here, guys. Just
well I could
stay
bring
tuned.
I could bring it to a great level, and the level is this, is that if you want to deal with sin in terms of Christian theology, then that's a subject on its own called soteriology. So if you deal with the nature of human sin, you're dealing with the problem of soteriology. And if you're dealing with the problem of evil in philosophy of religion, that means where does suffering come from? Where does evil in the world come from? That means you're dealing with the problem called theodicy. So you could
right.
look into theodicy. Each religion has its own theodicy. That means how it deals with evil, how it deals with the problem of sin and evil, and human nature. So these are as EBT said, these are age-old questions, that are talking about philosophy of religion and even just philosophy in general, metaphysics in general.
Well, and then we're also you also have to get to the debate of things that naturally occur that we may perceive as evil, and these things that humans do by, well, we'd have to assume free will at some point, right? The things that humans do that create things that we perceive as evil. we have to make a distinction between those two as well, right? We can see the things that humans decide to do that are outside of God's will that we would consider are evil, but then we have to deal with the things that are natural, like earthquakes and tsunamis and all this kind of stuff that afflicts pain and suffering upon humans. And then this gets in the idea of whether or not God, if he's all powerful, why would he not create a creation that is void of all these things that cause pain and suffering outside of our free will, right? So these things that are beyond our control, right? So this would be a lot of times where people, like maybe even the sanity machine would come up, will say that we're living in some kind of hell realm, right? Like there are these things outside of our control that cause pain and suffering. Why would a omnipotent God create these things that cause pain and suffering that are beyond our own personal influence upon the realm, right? Like we have no control if we have an earthquake. We have no control if there's a tsunami and all this kind of stuff.
Yeah, real quick, I just want to say we're at the top of the first hour. I don't know how long we're going to go, but thanks to everyone that's here. Thanks to everyone that's joined. I do want to shout out PayPal, Venmo, Cash App, get chalked up. I'm trying to get a new computer, so I don't need to be on this Chromebook constantly. But if anyone did want to contribute to that,
and nobody be donating. Let's get them fiats.
Let's get them fiats going,
Let's get
man.
them
Or if you want
fourplex.
to become a member, you get the emojis for only 99 cents. I think the emojis are lit. We need more members so I can get more emojis. But I'd like to hear from Provo King here, man. Mr. Provo King, how are you tonight?
Doing well. These are deep waters these two cats are swimming in. I'm just Paramedes and
I feel you.
It's tough, but I always like learning with you guys. I'm more of like the new age cat. Like I believe in manifesting, or I went down that path, and I still like see God in everything. So some of the things you're saying, I'm like, I believe in that maybe a little bit, or and it's deconstructing a little bit of my belief. So I appreciate that. But with like, why does God? So what you were just talking about, like the types of suffering in the world, the kind we inflict and the kind God can inflict. And I think that's a tough. I don't know if I can answer the question or even like where to put it, but I think if God tried to limit the suffering, humans are so imaginative. You say we can't create tsunamis. Well, I think we can now. You say we can't do earthquakes. I think we can. So like a world void of those things, but with humans at our potential and creation, we would make that suffering possible inevitably, I would say. So all those things have to be included with the power we're given with our imagination. You can't avoid that.
Right, and this is where I would appeal to the Machine Lies and kind of his panpsychism kind of view, as well as his view on technology. If everything is technology, is the tsunami, is the earthquake, in essence, kind of sentient within the creation to some extent? Is it a being that has its own will to some extent within the creation that we're experiencing? Is this possibly a explanation for that happening within theodicy? Explanation of evil are these physical things to some extent conscious of what they're doing to some extent?
That's a deep question. Before you answer this, I want to remind you, EBT, you have the keys here tonight as well. Don't forget.
Yeah, I got you. Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, I could get up and dealing with, there's atheistic theodicies. Now, there's separate atheistic theodicies that might that I could bring into play without directly answering the question. but it could be like there's an atheistic theodicy, one called humanism. A lot of people may have heard of it, and that kind of is frowned upon science. It actually blames human creativity for for some of our self-created misery, and then and that's one way of looking at it, because it says that we have to create an artful existence on our own, and that's kind of the humanist stance. And you see this in the struggle against empiricism, because there was a struggle against empiricism in the Romanticism. So the Romantic movement, or the Romantic age, was a whole age after the 1700 period of scientific enlightenment that actually pushed back against the Enlightenment. And they were called the Romantics, and they believed that art can actually that art and spirituality can save us from science. And that brings us to the modern age, where you have the culmination of science and spiritualism in this new age concept. It's actually a merger between empiricism and romanticism, and I think me and EBT could definitely get more into that. But
that's literally my notes. How pantheism is the pyramid of science, religion, and spirituality, and pantheism is the core part of that whole thing, for sure.
Yeah, so you already know what I'm talking about.
Yes,
And then
go ahead and continue. Sorry to interrupt.
But there's one theodicy, humanism. Then there's another theodicy that's just pure hedonism. And that says, well, power takes all, and we have to create the means of domination and control in this world. And after you die, nothing happens. It doesn't matter what your experiences are. It doesn't matter how much pleasure you have in your life. You're done after it's done, and you have to enjoy this fucking moment. And those people think that you have to create tools to dominate nature, and so there's one view of just pure hedonism, and there's another view of humanism, that actually humanity is a struggle against nature, but in another atheistic sense, you can't escape from nature. Nature is, you're just stuck just being a fucking monkey. So even atheists disagree over like how free we really are, or what the most important thing in fucking life is. Atheists don't even know, like, how evil we really are, or how evil nature is. They have different views about the world and our struggles with nature. So it's even important to note that it's not just a religious problem. There's atheists that say we create our own destiny, and there's atheists that say that no, we're actually trying to create your own destiny is pulling yourself up by your own bootstraps, and you can't escape your own, monkey mind. So they disagree over this shit too.
Oh yeah, for sure. And pantheism can fall into like all these different multiple categories as well. Like pantheism can fall into classical theism. It can fall into personal theism, and it can fall into scientism. Right? We can say that as a scientist, we could say that all we can experience is what we can measure throughout the universe, and this must, in a sense, be what we term as God, right? And it could be the personal experience. We could know that I have experiences like I can meditate and I feel some kind of vibes or some shit, and that means that I have a personal experience with God. And then we could be in the classical sense in pantheism, that God is omnipresent, omniscience, and then that universe, that whatever we experience as reality must only be God. This is the multitude within the pantheistic paradigm. There's many things that can fall into that, and I still agree with Schopenhauer like that. I think that pantheism is really just a euphemism for atheism, because it's so vague that it just allows you to take all these different angles within it, right? And this is not any different from Einstein said that he followed I'm having a brain fart. What the fuck is the guy's name? The god that Einstein followed. Fucking stupid. Spinoza's God, right? Yeah. So I mean, like, it's really no different from that, right?
Yeah, and it's hard to argue against Spinoza for sure, because Spinoza is like you know trying to prove his he's trying to disprove Cartesian dualism. So in a sense, he's correct, because he's not separating you know this whole experience or whatever. He's not creating this like deus ex machina, kind of version where there's this radical split between our experiences and our mental world, but which really doesn't clearly exist, in our experience, especially as Provo King said, we're bringing the imagination into reality with our own creativity, and our imagination seems to dominate to a certain extent, our ability to create new things, because it's like we're being guided by our own, by the previous thing we've made to create new, aspects of what we know. And then it seems like this process is not really so free. Like if you see like how humanity is turning into or like there's a coming of a new age or something like that. Well, all of these things were actually predicted by the religion, especially you see it in the gospels and stuff like that, that there's going to be an age that's coming up where there's actually going to be like evil like run amok. And what does this have to do with? Well, partly it has to do with our ability to control the speed and direction. And there's two real things. One is fate, and the other is destiny. Now, if you're a religious person, you have to believe in destiny. We all have a destiny and a purpose. But purpose is not the same as fate and fatalism.
Telos, yeah.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. A teleology in nature, which then which actually comes from Aristotle. This is how Aristotle kind of perverted religion. You know what I mean? Is that they brought teleology of Aristotle into religion, especially going into like Teilhard de Chardin and stuff like that, where he just merged it with evolution, with the concept of evolution.
Yikes. I mean, we're setting up so many more discussions right now as well. Go ahead, continue.
But yeah, but yeah, it's just a my mind sprays,
No, it's
yeah, out here like
it's
Jeru the
fantastic.
Damager, my
It's
mind spray.
fantastic.
Yeah, but
I would like to try to stick on this idea of monism though, because I really like to try to bait in some of these people that really hold to this philosophy. In particular, Paul
Jack
Enslaved,
Talcott.
Jack Talcott, Paul Enslaved. I'd like to trigger these people into these discussions to try to break apart their worldviews to some extent, so that they understand that they ain't all that, right? They're like they're not producing anything new really in the philosophy realm, and they're not producing anything that's like not refutable to an extent. But
Well, I'm kind of a fan of monism. Maybe I could be your punching bag for a minute. What do you need, Dan?
okay, so
Talcott says he'll come on up. Swing through, Jack. Love the battle of the fireplaces, me and you.
Come in here, Talcott. Yeah. So I guess the biggest problem for me, monism, logically, is how do we even make distinctions?
I would say, what's the point of a distinction? Like once you accept everything as one, right? Like why do I need a distinction?
How can I even talk to you then if I can't even make a distinction? Or do we just how do we even speak?
Agreements, like it's a color of a shade, and it's purple or red or blue, and
Yeah.
I'm just going to agree with you. Want a distinction,
Yeah.
and I'm just going to agree with whatever you pick, because no matter what you pick, it's going to be right.
See, and this is why I feel like most of these gurus and all this shit tend towards monism because like you just have to agree with them. You just have to agree with them or you're outside the system and you're heretical in their system to some extent.
I think, yeah, perhaps heretical. It does make sense. Yeah, you either are in line with, I think, the way I see the world and how everything is one.
I mean,
Or-
I know that I'm not you. Like that to me is evident that
But we
I am
share-
not Provo Kid.
we
And I'm
share
not
90
Cal
You're
Cot-
definitely
Cal Cot-
not Jack Talcott.
I'm
Welcome,
definitely
brother.
not Jack Cal. I'm not either of these guys on my sides either, right? So like there are distinctions that I can recognize, right? So but how do I make sense of that?
You're
You're muted,
muted,
brother.
Jack.
Thank you.
There we
Hey,
go.
thank you. Something for you to, by the way, thank you. Something for you to consider with that, though, is the me that you are experiencing is within you. Okay. So you're experiencing your perception of me. I'm just a source of information and data that you perceive. And then you process my experience, your perception and experience of me within yourself. So there is only the one, which is you.
I like
You're
that
muted,
answer.
EBT. You're muted. You're muted.
Well-
Whoa, look. Hey. Hey. You muted, dog. You're muted.
Yeah, I'm muted. I'm talking to my wife right now. She's
Oh, okay.
not home. Okay.
I thought you were. I thought you were responding.
Look how nice he is when he's talking to his wife. His face is so happy. But Jack, I agree with you. I do think that your response to him, I think it's right on point, right? He is the one, and he's just sensing data information and collecting it. I don't even know if this is real. You know what I mean?
Now, I can say, I think one of the very first streams EBT and I ever did years and years ago, I think it may possibly the first stream, he was exploring the idea. This is years and years ago. He was exploring the idea that we're
Years and years
all,
ago.
we're possibly all one person, you know, kind of simultaneously all experiencing everything together. So this is an idea that he's fleshed out for a long time, I feel like.
Oh
I
yeah,
am
definitely. Well, I mean, I would say the conception that this idea that we're all one is a controlling philosophy that wants to destroy the idea of individualism, and I think this would be what a control structure would want to promote in general. This is what communism would want to promote: the idea that you're not an individual, that you're only part of a one.
But if I could be if I could indulge the conversation, he had pointed to perception as being primary, or perception being a marker of why like this experience isn't real. Am I wrong about saying that, brother Jack, or what's your response to that, EBT, where he was talking about perception? You know how perception is proof that, proof of essentially that our experiences aren't real.
I mean, well, this kind of gets into, Kantian kind of philosophy that we can't rely on our perceptions, and this is something we talked about with Telescope the other night. If you put the straw in the cup of water, the straw looks bent, although by perception necessarily on some extent that the straw isn't bent, but your visual perception is telling you that the straw is bent. And then the Kantian ideal is that, well, just because we can't know that the straw is not bent, that we have to reject all of our physical perceptions whatsoever. So I would disagree with that. I would disagree with that as a whole, but I think that we can rely on our perceptions to some extent. Are they fallible? Yeah, perhaps. Yeah, but what else do we have to rely on at that point, right?
I think to a certain extent, perception requires duality because you can only perceive things outside of yourself unless you agree that you're perceiving also inside of your own head. Now, that is one thing that makes you discount reality, but to another extent, it's also true to say that on the one sense, perception requires duality, but on the other sense, truth requires participation. So you would have to if you have a truth, there's no way to have truth outside of,
Yeah, truth requires distinction.
Yeah. Well,
there's something that's not true, and there's something that is true.
It requires relation. I think instead of distinction, I would say relation.
Relation, yeah. Okay.
You would have to have relation to something that you perceive as true. Therefore, it wouldn't truly be outside of you. But if you're perceiving it, if you're just on the level of perception, now, if you're just looking at something in terms of perception, then you're only looking at what the fuck is on the surface. You're not actually perceiving what's there, because perception is just one level of things,
Fair enough.
Jim Bob. Jim Bob. Distinctions are preconditions for relations. We cannot make relations without distinctions.
Well, it's really saying the same thing. Subjectivity implies relation, and relation implies unity. So it's just
Well, and this would make sense from some of the philosophies of how the Creator divided itself for the purpose of experiencing, and the experience requires the subject and the object, or the event. So it requires more than just the one, and it's a multiplicity though that makes the one. I'm sorry, I'm bouncing in here. You guys, I love these deep conversations. But EBT, what you were saying about the individuality, it doesn't have to get lost. The individuality does not have to get lost in the unity. When you go out in nature, because you're in the middle of a forest, it does nothing to detract from the beauty of that individual flower. The flower is still beautiful, still is. And that's the way we are. We're naturally independent, but connected to everything and each other.
Brother Jack, you
Yeah,
bring up the forest.
I don't necessarily.
Here's an
disagree with
analogy.
that
What about the
extent.
aspen trees? You see one aspen tree, and there's 100 around it. It's all still one tree. You're looking at one tree, and you think that's its own tree, but in fact, it's one big organism.
That's true. What about this thought? You were talking, I don't remember the names, the definitions of the philosophies. I think it's the mono. What if we're just, each of us are just like individual neurons within the mind of God? We were imagined into being. Eleactic monism.
I don't even know what elactic means. Can we define? That's a new word for me. I don't know what that is.
Me too.
Elactic. I don't know what that
Eleatic.
Eleatic.
Yeah, Eleatic is what they used to call part of Italy. It's ELEA. Alea.
Alea. Yeah, Greek. Yeah.
Yeah, so Eleatic.
Ancient Greek city in southwestern Italy, or a school of philosophers that flourished in the 5th century. Yeah, okay.
515 BCE.
It's something that I probably know that I don't necessarily know. But yeah, okay, yeah, okay, cool. Anyways, continue, Jack. Sorry to interrupt.
I've been toying with the idea that we're beings
This guy's so
imagined.
fucking smart. This guy.
I know.
This way.
I know. He is.
I'm sorry.
Anyway,
I yield. I yield. Go ahead,
You
brother.
were toying with the idea of what, Jack? You got this idea
Well,
ruminating.
here's where my life is at. I live moment by moment in the now, and I feel blissful. Feels like a dream, right? This world is fucking insane. So it tells me this must be a dream. It cannot be real. Joe Biden is president. It was Donald Trump. That shit can't be real. That cannot be real. So the way I figure it is we are made in the image or in the imagination of God. God dreamed us into existence. We have free will to do what we want while we are here. But everyone's become confused and obedient and afraid.
Love is the law, then, right? Do as thou will, but love is the law.
Well, the topic of sin is something there's a lot of different ideas on that. But sin would be a violation of spiritual law. That makes sense to me. Well, what would be spiritual law?
Spiritual, or does it doesn't transfer into temporal law? I mean, there's no.
It is. I mean,
Okay.
First it starts in the mind and then it comes into the form. And so the way I see it is what would be a spiritual law? What would be the law of the spirit? It would be order. Okay? Order as opposed to chaos. Well, what brings order? Power. Power comes from the truth. And the truth is an expression of love. So it's all tied together. It's all tied together. The violation of spiritual law, the sin, is when we refuse and deny God's truth, which is that which is real, and God's love, which is abundantly available. Those are the sins against ourselves. I think man has overcomplicated things far too much. I know I used to.
Okay,
just like be nice and stuff, or what?
No, so why Jack's here though? I mean, like, so why we're on the topic of chaos versus order, let's get into the idea about war, since we know you're against war. So, I mean, like, could there be a force that's for order that's going against a force that is for chaos? How would we know which force is the right force there?
When I try to determine what to do, I do, it's what would Jesus think? What is the loving answer?
What would Jack do? What would Jack do? Yeah.
Well, what would a loving person do? Right? What would God want me to do? And honestly, my life has brought me a lot of different experiences, and I used to have a lot of different beliefs. I used to be Republican and all sorts of stuff.
You still vote, Jack? You still vote, Jack?
No. But I do want to speak to the president and to the other members of Congress.
Who the fuck is the president right now? Trump? Trump's still the president?
Well, no, I think it's Joe Biden, but he needs to be taken.
I don't think Biden's really the president. I don't know.
That's his profile.
We haven't. Our government, according to history, the government was bankrupted several times, taken over by corporations. We are chattel.
That's also kind of a myth, though, when you really try to like dive deep into that. Like, you can't get further than like conspiracy like stuff about it.
No, there's a lot of facts.
There's not. I've done deep dives into it. That most of it is bullshit. Like,
okay.
I know one conspiracy guy said that they filed for bankruptcy and then like people ran with it. But then when you really try to look into it, it's like you cannot find any actual evidence that this is the fact. But I digress. Go ahead. Continue.
Regardless of the bankruptcy, the historical vote and implementation of the Federal Reserve and the IRS in 1913, they should have been considered treasonable acts against the citizens at that time. But
the
you
citizens
know what?
voted for the Federal Reserve, though.
Well, Congress pushed it through right at the Christmas break.
They sold it so that the bankers were against the Federal Reserve. That way, the citizens were like, "Well, if the bankers are against it, that
Right.
means that we should be for it, right?" So, I mean, it was these double reverse psyops. It's so hard to tell what really is the truth about them, though. But I mean, like, even the gold standard didn't even exist for that long, and like most of these people that talk about the Federal Reserve being this like satanic fucking movement, and they usually appeal to the gold standard. Well, we're only on the gold standard for a short amount of time, and things weren't great in the gold standard. I mean, it's exactly, these monetary systems are no different. Like, the gold standard is no different from the fiat system, in my opinion. There
Agreed.
really is no difference.
Especially today, there's been people who had wealth gathering lots of gold, so they sure want it to be backed by what they own. It's just a criminal enterprise. This entire banking system, it's crazy, and it's held together.
Join Illumitami if you want to.
No,
join in the
don't
conversation.
join.
I'm sorry, I shouldn't interrupt Talcott. I'm going to yield. I want Talcott.
Yield and Illumitami don't join. GTFO. But
No.
Jack, real quick, you say you're on this quest to like end wars, but my take on that would be like humanity in its current, it's just in like a fallen nature. There will always be wars. There's nothing you could ever do, I think, to stop people from warring.
When people stop fighting, peace is obvious. It emerges as soon as
People will
stop
never be
fighting.
able to stop fighting, though. That's what I'm saying. It's humanity's in like a fallen state.
Can I present something to try and change your mind?
Go
From
ahead.
experience. Okay. The way I see this world, the corruption of our governments and corporations, it's enabled. It's being enabled by the apathy of those of us who know and have done nothing to end it. So, same thing with fighting. Conflicts and wars, these fights happen until they're either finished or broken up. So the best people available to stop a fight are those who are not actually directly involved in the fight, where innocent bystanders come in and say, hey, enough of this. So that's what I want to do in the halls of Congress. I want to remind those asshats, hey, you're not Republicans, you're not Democrats. Let's even stop pretending you're Americans today. Let's just be human beings and find out how to solve the problems. Sorry.
So Talcott, you're a biblical man. What do you think about when Paul says that all government is ordained by God? How do you deal with that verse in Scripture?
This is God's story we are participating in. We can like it, we can hate it, we can love it. I encourage that. Please love this adventure. It's the only one we get at this time.
So should we even rebel against it? Are we in a war against these flesh and blood reptoids that run the government? Are we really in battle against them? Or we should really kind of come back to ourselves and kind of realize that God ultimately is in control of all these organisms to some extent, and there's nothing that we can do about it, right? Give unto Caesar what is Caesar's, give unto God what is God, which is actually, like, to me, is a super fucking based quote from Jesus, because he's saying Caesar isn't fucking God, which was gonna get you fucked up in the Roman world. He's saying Caesar isn't God, God is God. Give to Caesar what's Caesar, because God is God. Most people don't understand that point of Scripture, but that's really hardcore rebellion. He's saying, go ahead, pay your fucking tax. Because I mean, even Jesus dines with the taxpayers, right? When he goes into town, the tax collectors in the fucking tree. And what does Jesus say? Come down. I want to have dinner with you, right? Like, and he has dinner with the tax collector, right? Jesus is not opposed to tax, right? There's no reason to necessarily be opposed to tax.
Whoa.
That doesn't mean that it's entirely evil. No,
It's
it
the
could
same
be.
guy
It
that
could,
defended usury once.
well, okay, yeah. So I'm
Oh,
doing
that's
the same
right.
thing right now.
You're
I'm
a
doing the same
bank.
thing right now.
Oh, that's.
He's a
Yeah.
God bless
slumlord.
you.
Look at him. He
I'm
endorses
trying to
us
do. I'm trying to
thinkers.
be a Thor. I'm trying to engage the Thor kind of mentality to try to get clout. But that's what I'm doing. But no. But I mean, like literally, Jesus talks to the tax collector hiding in the tree to watch Jesus come into town. He says, "Come down. I want to have dinner with you." You know. I mean, like, and Jesus says, "Give on." Looking at the coin, he says, "Give to Caesar what is Caesar's. Give to God what is God." That inherently means that Caesar isn't God. In the Roman times, that is complete blasphemy because Caesar is God. So
Praise
for
God.
Jesus to say that, that's total blasphemy against the government, right? To some extent.
Because they believed in divine right of kings to some extent as well, right?
No. That's a different thing.
That's a little bit later, right?
That's a different thing. No. Yeah, no, because what I was talking about earlier is the divine right of kings, because God ordains all government to some extent.
Okay.
I keep saying to some extent, but I mean that's the nuance, I guess, within the discussion.
That sounds like the mind.
Anyways, I yield. I let talk.
That sounds like the mindset behind the caste system, although I don't really know much about that either. But the way I understand it is we are supposed to abide, that God does allow laws to be created, and that the laws would be based on whatever laws there are. And but who's to determine what is Caesar's? Right? So I don't think that scripture is endorsing corrupted governments and unworthy taxation. And give to God what is God. God is God is all. So give all to God.
Give all your money.
Give all of you. Become an empty vessel for the purpose of serving the worldly experience while you're here.
What about the old lady at the temple that gave? I'll just take it to modern. Gave her 2 pennies, but then the rich people came, and why can't I think of the fucking word right now? Anyways, so the Pharisees and stuff did not donate nearly as much comparatively as the poor old lady that gave her money to the temple. What is your consideration on that? For one, I would say this is evidence of tithing to the church as a whole. In essence, I mean this lays down the foundation for the idea of tithing to the true church, right? And even in the fact that Jesus went to the temple for religious ceremonies. This is one of the big things that really debunks most of these religious or spiritual, not religious people that claim Christ and stuff. Well, Christ went to the temple and Christ participated in these ceremonies at the temple. Okay. And this is a big part of Christianity, is that Jesus predicts that the temple is going to be destroyed, and the temple is destroyed. And this is why, as Christians, we believe Judaism is obsolete and it no longer exists, because the temple is destroyed per the prophecy of Jesus Christ himself. So what say you, sir, on that?
You're saying a lot. The symbolism of the destruction of the temple and the everything, there's many layers and interpretations that can be taken. I have a lot of agreement with you, and you've got clarity in some of the philosophies that maybe I don't. You use some words that I'm not as familiar with, but I'm understanding you very well. The idea of, I think you were asking about the idea of the tradition and religion going to service at the temple, right? The lady in the donation, the giving, the one who has less giving.
Yeah, I did ask many questions on that, but yes, yeah, let go first. Like the old poor lady donating what she has versus the Pharisees and the rich people donating a minimal amount as well. So who is more who is doing more, right?
I believe I've heard this elsewhere and it resonated within me that I think when we do our judgment of our life, the question we'll be asked to answer is, what did you do with what you had? And so someone with very little actually, and I know that story has been used for the purpose of tithing to the church as an organization. But if you look at the tithing as a purpose of giving in service, that is what I believe it's really intended for. It doesn't have to be through the church. It's to give.
I'd say it's both and, in my opinion, but yeah, I agree with you.
I saw Nero come up, and
fuck Nero. There is three other questions that I asked.
Okay, there was more. The tradition at the temple at the.
Right, Jesus Christ is attending religious services at a building.
Yes, he was practicing in worship of the Creator in the methods and community from where he came.
Even when he flipped the temples, he was mad because these people were desecrating what he called the house of his father, right? So I mean, like, Jesus wasn't negating religious tradition whatsoever. He was saying that you guys are making a mockery of this religious tradition, and I want you to stop it. He's not saying that religion in general is terrible and I don't want you to do any of these traditions. I don't want the pigeon peckers selling pigeons outside the temple for sacrifice, is what he's saying. I mean, like, this is literally what it is, right?
Yeah.
You know what I mean by pigeon peckers, right?
I think so.
But they were literally selling pigeons for sacrifice.
That's for a shout out to your sponsor, EBT.
Yeah, shout out to Jewburger. But
I'm
sorry, continue. But perhaps I would like Jack Talcott to respond on that idea, because I know he's one of these guys that's kind of in this realm of spiritual, not religion, religious, but also proclaims Jesus Christ. How do you break down that idea that Jesus Christ attended religious ceremonies at the temple, but then at the same time say that Jesus was promoting this idea of spiritualism outside of being religious? And I yield.
That's an interesting question that I'd actually like to try and consider some more, but because I honestly hadn't considered what was the purpose of him going to the services, going to worship at, and actually I don't know the story of the temple completely and as clearly as I hope to, and I that's one of the things. There's something mysterious about that, and I think in the future there's going to be more revealed about it. Just kind of a gut thing, but
revealed about what?
The third
temple. History. Yeah, the temple and the significance of some of those
third
things.
Temple.
Well,
that's where Trump's going to be.
Maybe that's why it's in my head, is that's the direction others are going to. So from the dead. The way I see the story of Christ, though, is he was the example for us to follow. He practiced devotion to God. Okay. And so what does that mean? Well, I don't know. To me, God the Father is all that there is. It's the only thing that's real. We're just figments of each other's imaginations.
What-
So God the Father commanded that the temple be built. Do you deny that?
I don't know. I've heard some theories regarding the transition from the history of the old into the new. Please, I mean no offense, but this is something that made sense to me, is that from the beast of the Leviathan rose the Levitican law, and the God of the world, which was identified as Yahweh, the God of the world was the one that, wanted sacrifices and wars and separations between nations. And Jesus came because there was a covenant between those chosen people had fallen astray. They found their way to the synagogue of Satan was developed, and was one way it was described. So Jesus came to rescue the lost. And it's my opinion, the lost were, well, the Abrahamic traditions are the ones, as I understand, really, well, no, I don't want to blame, because it's all countermingled. The money system and the judging and the punishment, that's all man-made nonsense. God came to fulfill the covenants with the God of the world and fulfill examples of many things, but
So, for one, there's something I've been troubled with your conception about Jesus Christ. Is like, for one, I'm not sure whether or not you believe Jesus Christ is God. So, I mean, this is a big issue in Christianity, whether or not you believe Jesus Christ is God. But also, what you just said, and I've heard you say this the other day, is that Jesus came, the Jews partook in. But then also you're saying that Jews partook in an evil covenant from the demiurge or the god of this world, but somehow Jesus came to fulfill the covenant of that god of the world. And I'm just kind of confused on how that all works out. Like essentially I know what you're talking about. I understand these kind of Gnostic ideas that you're talking about, but I would kind of like for you maybe to perhaps extrapolate on these things. So maybe perhaps I can understand where you're coming from, or maybe perhaps expose that you have no fucking clue what you're talking about. But
much love.
Who's this? What's up, Anglo Elite?
Greetings, brother.
Hey, your questions. If
where's
I may.
Paul at? Where the fuck is Paul at? That's all I want to know about. Right? Where the fuck is Paul
I'm
at?
grateful to have
Where's your
a
boy
break.
at? Yeah, okay. Yeah, you're right. I like having Talcott, originally I thought you were the crazy fucking one. The first time we were introduced to y'all, we had Paul on and we were making fun of you, and you came on and I was like, Paul was talking shit on me and all this shit, whatever. We united making fun of you. But as we go along, although I think you're completely insane, as well as Paul, but I would say that probably though, if I really wanted to pick somebody, I would pick you, sir, as the more enlightened being, the one that's more engaged with reality. I mean, fucking Paul is completely fucking delusional. Okay, the other what is it? 2 days ago, he said that he was Christ because some
He always
random
says that.
YouTube channel used an image of a demon and Christ, and they talk shit about him. Therefore, he is the Christ child being sacrificed because of this one image. And, you know, and this shit just keeps on going. You know, we can't talk shit about Paul because Paul is above all of us and all this kind of shit. Like, you know, I don't have a problem with exposing the insanity of this individual. Like, he has no results, even though he claims he has the results. We see the guy's entire life every single day because all the motherfucker does is stream on the fucking internet every single fucking day. Okay, we see what you're doing, sir. There are no fucking results. Okay,
You're really trying to bait him in here, huh?
if the result was one time getting pulled over because you didn't have a plate or a fucking license, that's not a fucking result. I know a bunch of fucking dirtbags that get pulled over every day because they got a bad plate and no fucking license plate. Okay, that doesn't mean shit to me. That doesn't mean you're a spiritual fucking being. God does not give a shit about your fucking license plate or your fucking driver's license. Okay, I'm just saying. My God, at least whoever my God is, doesn't give a shit about that stuff. So, anyways, I yield. I'm sorry. I want to tirade, but
Do you feel better?
no, I don't. I'm hoping that he comes in here. So I can go against
Let's
him.
turn on Watson.
Yeah, maybe we need to do some Jack Watson. I tell you,
Where's
I
Cecil?
wanted
Let's
this
get
honey
Cecil in
bun
here.
real bad one time, so I fucked this guy in the fucking ass, and I told him I wanted that fucking honey bun. And you just gotta realize, if you want the fucking honey bun, you gotta do whatever you gotta do for that fucking honey bun. You understand? That's basically Wes Watson. So, but
He's got. If
Thank
you ever
you.
look at a picture of his full body, like that one arm that's always by the camera is way bigger than the other arm for whatever reason. That's why that arm's always to the camera. Like, I don't know if he had an injury or something to the side, but it's kind of homoerotic to be looking at some dude flexing on you every day.
Well,
Okay,
Jack,
these guys keep bringing them in. They don't say anything, and they don't.
Well, what up, brother?
you
Yeah,
guys?
hey, what's up, bros?
What's up?
Not much. I'm on my break at work. I'm about to smoke a fatty. So listen,
I'm sorry, I was muted. Let me just say that Wes Watson is a faggot. That's what I wanted to say. But
Hey, what do you guys think about the primal diet? The primal diet was started by a Jewish individual named Ogenus.
I
so I got a
trust Jews.
question.
Hold on, we'll come back to the primal diet in a second. What's your question?
Okay. Everybody here, for the most part, on panels, friends of Davey Crocco, right?
Rest in peace.
Yeah. Rest in
Yeah.
peace.
So you know what? I think it's time to call to action all the so-called OG original gang stalkers and like LARPers, because I'm not trying to figure out what happened to Davey, but a LARP that happened a while ago, Isaac Cappy. Okay, there wasn't really a formal investigation. Basically, we had a YouTuber that wanted to take control of the investigation. It's pretty sus, and I think it's time to figure out what the fuck's going on, because it really
Isaac
gets deep.
Cappy.
You need your. That's right. You need your fucking Templar fucking armor, because these bitches that you're going up against, they're evil.
That may or may not be in the works. I can't really.
You know, I
disclose
think we
anything on that.
kind of inadvertently
kids
covered all
voice
this
slap?
in
You
the
guys-
Davey RIP stream that we did on my channel, covering all the possible things. And like, I don't really think we need to go deep into this thing. I don't think Davey was taken out by some fucking Illuminati control group for the information that he was. Like, come on, let can we be real? Can we be real on this shit?
But,
Yeah, I'm
I
not
mean, that-
talking about Davey though. I'm not talking about Davey's death.
Well,
What are you talking about then?
Isaac Cappy was total bullshit. That was
Yeah,
just,
Isaac Cappy's an actor. It's Chris Cornell.
that was
same
actor bullshit. Yeah, I mean, like who that would just tie it into Pizzagate and all that bullshit. Like that was
Sound of
just
freedom,
promoting
bro.
the narrative. Okay, but maybe it wasn't because I didn't know Isaac Cappy personally. I knew Davy Crockett.
David Crockett.
David Crockett.
The ghost of
Davy
David Crockett burned up on my computer, and now I got to sit up here and grift and ask for computer donuts. So PayPal, Venmo, Cash App, get chalked up. The
We knew
ghost of Davy
Crockett
Crockett fried my
personally.
motherboard.
Bro, nah, he wasn't taken out by the fucking deep state, okay? Like I don't want to discredit the man for whatever might have happened, but I'm also not going to be ignorant and say that I'm going to act like I don't know what happened to fucking Davy Crockett. Okay,
We don't
like,
know, but we know, right?
right? And
Like,
there's no
there's
reason
no
for us to
evidence
go
to
into-
support what everyone thinks, but it's got to be what everyone thinks. Like, come on, be real.
It is what it is. We were terrible to Davy Crockett. Like, we'll be real. I'll be real. You know, I ignored Davy Crockett, sent me fucking DMs, called me all the fucking time, never answered, like totally ignored him all the time. Like, and a lot of us did the same thing, and that's what happened. But did we not? You know, I participated in his live streams when I could, and I liked the dude and I appreciated him. I have absolutely zero hate for the man. He made a lot of great content. You know, and I miss him. I miss David Crockett, you know, but at the same time, like, I neglected him a lot, you know, like, honestly, the guy wanted a better friendship with me than I cared to even give. And for this most part, that's true. I mean, I barely even fucking talk to Drew. Like, Drew will fucking DM me every now and then, and like, I barely, you know, I don't talk to any of these people in DMs. Like, that's just the way it is. You know, we engage in kind of group stuff. Like, we engage in the Discord. Davey was in our Discord. I was in Davey's Discord or whatever. You know, we kind of knew each other. What I like to say, we had digital osmosis between us. Like, we all kind of just got each other. We all kind of just jived, and we get on the stream, no preparation. And this is what me and Drew have done the entire time for the years and years that we have been doing streams together. We barely ever talk other than what we do on a stream. But we just kind of get each other. When we go on a stream, we just know it's just that dynamic, and that's just the way it is. That is what it is, right? Then I don't know any other way to look at that, but you know, I consider Drew to be a real friend. You know, like I would think if I actually ever needed Drew in the real life, which I probably wouldn't, but I mean, but if I did, but you know, I would count on him. But I see metaphysically, you know, like psychologically, you know, on a different level, like we're on the same plane, and this is just this is obvious from all the years that we've been doing this together. And then, you know, as much shit as we gave Crockett, we still, you know, we liked him. You know, you could not deny that the investigative reports that he did and all this kind of stuff. But yeah, we were terrible to him. I mean, like, it'd be impossible to say that. I mean, we had so many memes in our Discord servers against Crockett. I mean, like, and then a lot of people in our Discord servers absolutely hated fucking Crockett. Like, absolutely hated fucking Crockett. You know, like, but I don't know where I'm going with that. You know, like, I miss Davy Crockett.
All right, I get it. There's no. We're in it for the lulls.
But he wasn't taken out by the fucking Illuminati. Most likely, he fucking had some kind of. I'm not even.
He thought it was Zanny's, and it was
I'm not. I'm not even gonna say it, but most likely that's probably
Most
what happened.
likely. Look,
I mean, I appreciate you going into the diatribe about that, but like I said, I really wasn't talking about trying to figure out about Croco. But like I said, I get what you're laying down, so I won't bring it up.
I yield. I'm sorry. I often do.
No, it's all good, dude. It's all good. I just thought you all might be interested in like doing some digging into something, you know? Like I said, because I'm just kind of new into that whole situation, and like the dude that was the main investigator, like I've been on stream with him like twice, and it's just like each time it just seems like really suspect with
The
him.
main
It's
investigator
all.
and what?
because it is. It's not real. Like it's a made up thing.
Main
Like,
investigator and what though?
And
maybe I
Isaac Cappy's death.
Oh, Isaac Cappy. Yeah, that's bullshit. But maybe
Truth
it
the cop
wasn't.
might take on the case.
Yeah. Truth to God, might
You
take
pay
it.
him in
I'm
hats.
not looking. Isaac Cappy seemed 100% cap to me from the get go. But
All right. Well, I appreciate y'all letting me up on panel and getting that out there. But I'm gonna head off. I got to get back to work. Thank you all.
All right, brother. Have a good night at work.
yeah, my bad. My bad. I'm sorry
quick,
if I
real
ran
quick.
that guy off, but
I gotta do my plugs, man. We're coming up on the second hour here. Appreciate everyone that's here. We got Jack Talcott, The Machine Lies, Enslaved by Truth. Let me just say this while we're at the intermission here for a minute. EBT and I, not to toot our own horns, best duo on the internet, years ahead of our time. I think that's part of our problem. Why the numbers and success isn't there. These people are just now kind of getting into some of the things we talked about like 3 years ago, 5 years ago. And we're way funnier than Revenge of the Sis. So if they can get numbers,
all right. Best name in the conspiracy game as well. Outlining our enslavement. I mean, like, come on now. Like, I mean, like,
and
you can't get any better than that. But
I'll plug the thing one more time. The ghost of Davy Crocco killed my computer. I'm trying to fund a new computer. PayPal, Venmo, Cash App get chalked up. But I would like to hear from Neurojack. Neurojack joined in. I haven't heard much from him.
Where's Rusty at so he can talk shit about?
Yeah,
for no reason.
let's just go straight at the throat. You know, let's just get right into it. Two pit bulls. You know. Yeah, I just heard you guys talking about Jays, and I was like, I gotta jump in this. Just checking. No, I'm trying to catch up on where the conversation, because I was in on the sin thing, and then I got a phone call, so I was kind of like half not really listening. And
We
then
can bring it back.
I'm totally
we can bring
lost.
it back to that if you want.
I don't know
If you
where
had
we're at. Yeah,
something
bring
you
it
wanted
back.
to-
Bring it back. Somebody
Bring it
bring
back to
it
the
back.
sin, Neurojack.
Yeah, I could summarize the discussion there because it was basically about this quote here, because EBT had mentioned two instances in the Bible. One was where Jesus says, "Give unto Caesar's what is Caesar's, and give unto God what is God's." And then the other was a woman who donates a small amount in the temple, and her donation or to the temple was worth more than what the Pharisees had given, because she consistently gave almost everything she had. So the key there is the sincerity behind the human act. It's not the actual act of giving itself. So they were reflecting on whether you could make remediations within a human or man-made system, within that, to create human morality, because obviously the gospels weigh in on that question.
Hey, so machine, is there any is there tithing within Islam?
Oh yeah, there's tithing within Judaism and Islam.
Do
And
you guys believe that God provides that extra? Oftentimes it's said in Judaism and Christianity that God provides that extra 10% or whatever to your income so that you may tithe that. Is that the same in
It's
Islam?
from God, right?
yeah, that's what it says. It says actually your in one sense, it's a way to purify your wealth. So purify the things that you have earned. And in another sense, it's a
It's
way
money
to,
laundering. Then it's the way to clean your money.
No.
yeah, and in another way, it's a way to magnify your wealth, because they say that nothing that you give in the cause of God or Allah is actually depletes your wealth at all. So they say if you actually give money for a good cause, it actually won't deplete your wealth. So they encourage you to give in the sense that it will actually purify your existing wealth, but also it will magnify your wealth, you know? So, yeah.
Then at our church, the guy always says you're supposed to bring your first and your best. He doesn't say it's like 10%. He says the Bible says you're supposed to bring your first and your best.
Yeah, they got like I think in the Jewish thing it's called Zedekiah, or Zedekiah, you know, Tzedekah, and then in Islam it's called Sadaqah. Sadaqah is like basically almsgiving for the poor. You know, you just give charity for the poor, and you're required to do it by religion. And it's not a set limit on how much you know you're supposed to give, because there are people who are actually poor, so they would be receiving the charity instead of giving it, obviously. But you know, so.
And then there's always these people like in the chat or something that say like if you go to church and they're like extracting money out of you or whatever, like you don't have to give money either, right? like you should, right? But you don't. Nothing happens if you don't.
Yeah, no, you can easily just like bypass the the basket when you're in the pew. But I mean, like, you don't have to. I mean, like, often, like when you send your kids to religious school, like it is kind of a requirement that you do tithe to some extent. But if you attend a mass, you don't have to put anything in the basket when it's passed around. Like, I mean, it's not a requirement for you to receive the Eucharist or the grace at mass or whatever. So it's not like you have to, before you get in the door, you have to buy a ticket, right? Like, it's like they literally do it like halfway through the service to where they pass it around and say, well, here, donate to the thing. But I mean, how's it going to exist without any donations from the people that are attending it in general anyways? I mean, like, I don't know, but
Hey, can I jump in here? Because this is when I started looking at things a little different, I realized churches teach poverty. Poverty is a man-made construct that keeps divisions, the wealth and the poor. The religions.
Christ was in poverty, though.
Well, God's children, nature is abundant. The natural state of life is with a variety, but I believe God wants us, God's children, to live with abundance. I believe Mother Earth has been gifted to us, all of us.
That may have been the truth in the garden, but I don't believe that's the truth now.
Well, the New World Order is just on our side because they want to reduce us below 500 million so we can live that way again. I'm being facetious, but you know,
or we can unite.
Well, no. Okay,
and-
so I really would like to try to go into this topic though, and I don't mean to interrupt you, Jack, but I would like to just kind of insert though. So this idea of abundance, does that mean that there's no effort that needs to be expelled by the people within the realm to be able to achieve this abundance? Is everything just necessarily provided for us and there's no effort that needs to be expelled for us to achieve this abundance?
I didn't say that, but what I have been learning is that man makes life much harder than God designed it. And, you know, there's laws, this idea of tithing. We live in a constantly developing and emerging energy field. Okay. Everything is changing, but the laws of energy, it's all transfer. But there, when we bring our energies of intention, our life energy, our desire and will for service, and we give the money, which is a symbol of our energy, or we give in other ways with our energy, in order to receive, I heard this in coaching, in order to receive, you've got to give so your arms are open, so you can receive from the world. You've got to give.
Yeah, I believe it is. In essence, that is the meaning of the parable that Jesus is teaching about the poor lady that gives her 2 pennies, opposed to the Pharisees. Like, I believe in essence that is what that is. That you give what you can give, and that doesn't necessarily mean that you're giving your monetary value, but in the same sense, your whatever monetary coin that you do have, that is a representation of energy that was put forth to be able to receive that, right? So, I mean, in essence, it's no different, right?
In theory.
In
In
theory.
spirit, the truth is quite distorted from that. $1 in or $100 in my hand is not the same value as the $100 bill in someone like Trump or Bezos.
Oh yeah,
We live in
100%.
different
Yeah.
worlds.
And that
Same-
exactly. That's exactly the point of that parable, I think, though. But
Dude,
That's
this
probably-
Rochelo reveals guy's just been going off the whole. He's still going 2 hours. Even before the stream started, he was going. This dude's on some serious
why don't
uppers.
you come up and give us some breakdown? We got to get prepared.
We don't know anything according to him.
He can tell us.
We don't
America
understand the
Final Season.
basics.
America Final Season has been my hashtag for like fucking what, like 6-8 years now. Okay, like
6 seasons now.
Nothing's happened. Okay, we're like,
So
nothing's ever gonna happen, dude.
nothing's ever gonna happen.
So I think the sin question, and since I missed a lot, feel free to ridicule me if I go back into the same territory that you guys already covered. But this is a question that I've asked of Posh and many other people. I think it's a very interesting question of like, what is sin and what to do about it. And, like Posh, when I hear Posh say something along the lines of like, I'm just quoting him because I don't know where this comes from. I'm just saying in conversation, I've talked about it. He says, sin is like error, right? It's not really like a judgment in the sense of like God's like hate you for making a mistake. It's kind of like there's a certain way that we're supposed to live our life. And if we're not, doing that in accordance with God, then it's an error, right? It's not necessarily a judgment in the sense of like a legalistic thing. It's kind of like a diversion from where we ought to go, or and it's, of course, it's more important than going the wrong direction on a map, but in essence it's kind of more of a mistake rather than you're just a bad person because you've sinned a certain amount, right?
I don't. This is often a Eastern Orthodox polemic where they kind of go towards a Protestant kind of idea of what a sin is, and they often say, by definition, sin is missing the mark. And I also often hear like New Age people make this same concept that, well, you're missing the mark. That's what sin means. Etymologically, this is what this word means. And then they never clearly define what the mark is. And then anytime you clearly define what missing the mark is, then you're categorized as being legalistic. Okay, but to me, that makes no sense. I mean, if we're making a distinction on what sin is and what sin isn't, there has to be a clear line, and that doesn't necessarily mean that it's legalistic. And even if we give variations of what this sin is, right? Like common people talk about the 7 deadly sins, which is not necessarily a biblical thing. It's more of a extra biblical traditional thing or whatever. Or in Catholics, we have like venial sins and mortal sins, and like, you know, as a Catholic, we can receive communion and not confess our venial sins, but we shouldn't receive communion if we have mortal sins that we haven't confessed and stuff like this. But I think, to me, like, these distinctions matter, and they're not legalistic in a sense, but also at the same time, we don't know what, I mean, the church isn't condemning anybody to hell. Okay. Like, it doesn't matter what you do. There's nobody here on earth that's going to be able to tell you that you're destined for heaven or you're destined for hell. Like, that's just not the way that the church operates. So, I mean, like, you could be constantly engaging in mortal sin and constantly be going to confession every Sunday. That doesn't mean that you're getting into heaven. I mean, like, at the end of the day, the only person that will judge you eternally is God himself, right? That does not, though, mean that individuals do not have the ability to judge other people, though, in a sense, right? Like, there is a distinction there. But
Well, Posh was talking about something directly today, where he said something along the lines of, you know, judge not lest ye be judged is more about reciprocity with other people more than it's about, you know, judging God, you know, God judging you directly, like in a direct way. And that's what he was talking about. And this is something I believe, you know, way before I met Posh, which is that the hermeneutics of the words are very important, right? And I understand Catholics have a more defined.
Yeah. Well, and then you have these guys like Rocherel Reville, who makes like super distinctions upon distinctions that don't make sense. So.
Well, what you're saying about the different kind of sins, are you saying that, like, there's basically like a hierarchy of level of how bad stuff is? Like, you know, murder is different than.
I mean, like, yeah, I mean, like, to me, like, even if we're not even talking about religious dogma or whatever, like, I mean, you would have to agree with that. Like, is telling a small lie equal to murdering somebody? You would have to agree that there's a variation there between the two, right? Or is telling a lie the same as murder?
Well, I'm going to say something because I don't know if this directly relates to the topic, but this is something that I have on my mind, and I'm struggling to figure out how to ask it to Christians, myself included, which is, you know, knowing all the moral gray area of the things that we have to interact with, like, you know, let's just say, like, the direction of society, right? And we don't like how it's going, and we see no political resolution. And we say, and, you know, some Christians say, well, you know, you just worry about yourself and don't worry about what's going on. And then you have other people who say, you know, it's your Christian duty to go and try and change things in the world, right? And, you know, how do we kind of figure that out? And you know, I'm of course I want to hear what Machine Life says as well. I'm not just and Jack Talcott. I like Jack Talcott. I'm not just saying only Christians can answer this. Like, generally, I think it's an interesting question. Like, how do we navigate the morally gray area of what we're looking at with our theology versus, like, the reality of what we have to, like, deal with day to day, you know?
Can I jump in with this? Because I've been pursuing conversations with local church leaders, local pastors, because through them, they've got a network of churches and connections around the world. And I truly believe that if Christians, those who claim to follow the Christ, that's what I resonate most with, but I know there's other faiths. If they claim to resonate with a peace God, a God for peace and unity and love, it's time for us to unite. And I think truly, if we're going to follow the gospel was the good news. The good news is God has it under control. We can celebrate life. We can praise God together. Start giving our neighbors, those who are in darkness, giving them some belief that God exists. When we go out and we start serving one another, miracles are going to happen. And so for me, the question to resolve it, we start living the words.
That sounds very Christian of you.
Yeah, that I mean
I
that
missed
sounds like
the
that
whole
quote
thing.
from
Yeah.
Dostoevsky that I put up earlier. Do you know that centuries will pass and mankind will proclaim with the mouth of its wisdom and science that there is no crime and therefore no sin, but only hungry men? Feed them first, then ask them for virtue later, right? So perhaps that is extremely profound, right? I mean, we can't expect these men to come to the ideal of virtue when there only is hunger, right? Like they're only, whether it's physical hunger or spiritual hunger, we have to feed them, right, to some extent, and then we can ask them for virtue later. And this is often a problem in Christian apologetics in general, is that there's no feeding of the flock. There is only separating of the flock to an extent, right?
Chastisement.
Chastisement, right?
Yeah. That is an interesting. That is a very interesting concept. Sorry, people are talking over me in my own house. So.
Are you in like a Chinatown restaurant or something? That's what it sounds like.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah, Jim Bob's wife is cooking up some dog for him. That's what's happening.
Yeah, this Zachary Flowers guy is convinced EBT is full of contradictions. This is a God hater for sure.
Well, I mean, I could get into some like Jesuit causality, like Jesuits think that like you could like rightfully lie to somebody if essentially it does bring them to some truth or whatever. And this is why like Jesuits invented the whole concept of horror movies, right? Like Jesuits invented the idea of horror theater, to where like you could present the idea of horror, but like have an underlying like moral concept behind the idea. And this is why originally like there was this agreement between Hollywood and the Catholic Church that they would only promote essentially moral ideas. And then this agreement ran out. And then this is when Hollywood went totally degenerate. This is something that E. Michael Jones talks a lot about in a lot of his books, about how after that agreement, how everything kind of went south. It's interesting to look at if you're kind of into that stuff. But
When did the agreement end? Like the 90s?
it's like the 30s or something.
Oh,
like,
okay.
Yeah. It was early on. It was very early on within Hollywood. Yeah. So.
Yeah, I think earlier, Jack Talcott posed a question about the caste system. He asked, where did the caste system originate? And I actually know the answer to the question. It came from a work in Hinduism called the Rig Veda. And in this work, it actually describes a pantheistic scheme similar to what EBT was complaining about earlier, where it explains that every part of society is part of a different part of God. And they actually say that the Brahmins are the crown, and the untouchable people who have to like wipe up the shit and clean the sewers are basically the feet of the god. So they actually say that everybody's part of this system because we're all part of God. So they don't distinguish within God between good and evil. So that's part of the problem. Whereas in a Christian or a Western system, we make heavy distinctions between good and evil. We say God cannot be responsible for evil. So that is one of the things that's important to note. But in that scheme, it's also relevant to point out that when we participate within the world, we're supposed to take a simplicity towards the world, because there is a certain corruption within the world. That's why Paul and Jesus make the distinction between following those laws according to mankind and following those laws according to God. Where they talk about having a circumcision, within, and not following the man-made laws, and customs. So there are those things in the world that no matter how much we want to change them, they're always going to be evil, because we're putting into automation certain things, certain goals that are outside of our control, and we're not deciding those based on what we can be capable of, what we can decide on our own, and based on those simple rules of human that move at the speed and pace of human responsibility, what human beings can actually be responsible of. We can't be responsible of these large scale systems. So that's one of the things. We're not supposed to participate in something that's like Rome, that you can replace the human parts of a Roman Empire and you'll still have Rome. Well, something like that is evil, because it's pure technique without human influence. You know what I mean?
Well,
It's not decided based on morality. It's just a machine that speaks for man.
I'm sorry, I want to say one thing before I forget. For EBT, what you said about feeding man, it kind of goes back to that thing about like charity is very hard to disperse in a helpful way. You know what I'm saying? Like sometimes people just take advantage of help. You know what I'm saying? And for Machine Lies, I would say, how do you think Islam versus Christianity deal with that problem of good versus evil differently? And I'm sorry if I interrupted you, Jack Talpa.
Your thoughts, Machine Wise? Distinctions between the way good and evil is addressed? What do you think?
Yeah, I think well, it's interesting to note that I had an entire debate about this on the Crucible. So if anybody wants to know some more thoughts about this, I encourage you to go watch that debate on my channel on the fall of man. And it's interesting to note that depending on the type of Christian you talk to, they have different views on sin. As EBT pointed out, there might be some variation even between the Orthodox and the Catholic position. And there's obviously a radical difference between the Orthodox and the Catholics to the Protestants, because the Protestants have a radically different notion of sin, as was discussed. Like Martin Luther says, that sin is like, inborn, and that
sin boldly.
God does not create salvation for fictitious sinners. He says, he claims. So, in his letter to Philip Melanchthon. So this is literally part and parcel of the Protestant interpretation, and it's part of basically a crazy interpretation of Romans 9, where he says that God made one vessel for salvation and one vessel for destruction. And he says God loved Jacob but hated Esau. And a lot of people struggle over the interpretation of that. So they think that maybe this whole thing was like preset, or like there's some type of preset command. But I think it's actually interesting to note what is there. But in Islam, I think there's a different interpretation. And I think it comes from the fact that that God is completely in control of everything in the world. So the omnipotence of God cannot be like taken away. So ultimately, you know, we have no actual freedom to do anything, because you know, God you know, is in total control of the universe. So what power do we have? Well, if we disobey God, we are to be punished. So in a way, we can't escape from that situation. But in another sense, God does not create evil. So God is totally good. So the evil in the world can't come from God. So there's this you know, dichotomy there. But I think ultimately it comes down to this, and I think it comes down to what you view as free will, because I think even within a Christian system, you can only have compatibilism. You know, you can't have complete free will. You know, and even I think Thomas Aquinas took it to that level. He took it to just pure compatibilism, you know, and with no end, because in one sense, you know, we're guided by our own nature, but in another sense, we have to obey God, and we're giving a certain freedom in order to do that. But in Islam, I think it's more scientific, and that's because there's cause and effect. Now, I think within cause and effect, it's important to note that you know, we are caught in a you know, a dilemma, whereas we have to act now based on what we have currently at our disposal. So we are pushed into this moment now. Now, I think that there's no pull in the universe. That means I think that nothing is being pulled towards anything. I think that what is yeah, I know me and brother Talcott are gonna disagree hard on this one point, but I think that what I think everything in the universe is push, and I think that God stands there and pushes, and then everything else takes place as a result of this. So I think that the cause and effect is really based on the fact that we're pushed into our current circumstance, but based on our current circumstance, we can we influence all things. That means that the whole law of contingency is based on necessity, and I think that necessity means that you know, not only are we forced to interact with the world through our current predisposition, but also that what we do has immense consequences. We influence everything through our one action. You know, if we move one grain of sand, we can change the world based on just the fact that one action can influence a plethora of events, you know?
I have one question real quick, just to help wrap my mind around what you're saying, and we don't have to get too deep into it because I want to say that for probably a dedicated thing. But what are would Islam or at least you know, help me understand? Would you say that human consciousness has any uniqueness as compared to anything else in the universe or in reality? Is there anything distinct about that versus anything else?
Well, I would say that obviously the first thing that human consciousness can be compared to is the consciousness, or if you want to call it that, which is inhabited by God. And I think that that is one thing that you know, our knowledge is on the one end infinite, but on the other end, our ability to gain knowledge is inherently limited. So I think both of those things are, you know, again, I think that's just a scientific, you know, truth, you know, but you know, in another sense, you know, you know, I do think there are so to answer your question, I do think there are various degrees of consciousness. You know, I think an angel inhibits a different sort of consciousness than a human, you know, and a human inhibits inhabits a different sort of consciousness than a spirit, you know. And I think that these are all different forms of experience, you know. that are all encompassed by God's consciousness, which is really a consciousness that is without where God calls things into existence. So his thoughts and his pronunciation of reality is synonymous with reality itself. See, we have to apply concepts to reality. God doesn't have to do that, because God creates the concept and reality all in one move. Because God calls things into existence, again, to reiterate. So this is another. So we can't compare our consciousness to God's consciousness. It's unfathomable. So there is a consciousness that exists, that is all permeating. But we can't compare to it. We can't inhabit it. Just like I believe that obviously scientists have found out that plants and bacteria and fungus are conscious. They have sensibilities and sensitivities that are beyond human, even our senses. Like, for example, a fungus has an externalized digestive system. We couldn't possibly imagine what it's like to have an externalized digestive system, to be eating things and digesting things through our fucking pores and shit. But we know that these motherfuckers are doing it and experiencing it, and experiencing each other and relating to their environment and making intelligent choices that are not based on predetermined laws of physics or anything like that, but they're making choices. For example, you put a fucking slime mold in a maze and it'll find a way through the fucking maze. So fungus is conscious. It's just conscious in a fucking way that we don't comprehend. Well, yeah.
Oh, I was just gonna say, do you think that? I just thought of a interest. Well, okay, in the way that Jays think that they're the chosen people, do you think that humans are the chosen creature of God in a way, or do you think that we're just kind of one of many potential chosen things?
Well, in the Quran, it says that there's 7 earths, there's 7 heavens, there's 7 races of humans, and there's something like that. And then when they asked one of the teachers who the Quran was revealed to, the explanation of these verses, he actually said that the meaning of these verses is essentially fucking incomprehensible. so like, do I really know, if there's other races of humans, if there's other, planets and shit out there? I mean, I couldn't possibly fucking surmise, but I do think that humans play a very special role. I think humanity itself is chosen possibly on Earth, that we have a special relationship with the Earth, that first of all, we're made from the Earth, and we're made from the clay of the Earth. And I think that we're part of this place. I don't think our destiny is to go colonize space. I think we have a special destiny and a place here on Earth. And that after our time is done here, I think it says, like how it says in the Bible, that in the book of Isaiah and in other places, that God's going to create a new earth and a new heaven. So after this, it doesn't end, especially, but the world in this current stage will end, and a new order will come into existence. But it won't be a new world order like a utopia, but it'll be God bringing forth a new stage of existence, meaning that he'll be bringing a judgment upon humanity, and that, I think, will culminate into something that's foretold, that even every society on earth knew about, that every human being understands, that they're here being judged, over, that their deeds are going to be weighed on a scale, that the human heart is going to be weighed against a feather, and that whatever you create in this world, you're going to be held responsible for, so.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hey, can I jump in? I want to
Please
jump
do,
in with a
Mr.
couple-
Telcom.
Machine Lies. I want to challenge you on a couple of the things you said, if I might. Okay. I've got my own belief system is a little bit different than yours. Regarding the separation of good and evil, that God does not create evil. Well, for God to be omnipresent, omnipowerful, it's my perception that, well, I'm confident that we experience or ever will experience is God. And so that includes the light and the darkness. Regarding what you said about being pushed forward, I've given it a little thought. I lean towards the being pulled into the future. And what you said, though, too, was beautiful. The way you said God calls into existence the concept in the form. So calling forth, wouldn't that be drawing us forward to because God creates in completion, I would assume. I don't know. I do have a question for you that I've been wondering about, kind of a chicken and the egg thing, if you'll allow me. It goes back to the other concept too of we wrestle not against flesh and blood, against principalities and powers, against powers in high places. If in fact all is consciousness and we are perspectives of the human consciousness within the mind of God, the high places, the heavenly realm is in the mind, right? And so the principalities and the powers in high places individually, in our mind, it's the belief systems, the belief structures. In the macro, it's the government structures, the religions, the governments, and the corporations. Those are the structures that are the enemies we're dealing with. So the question, chicken or the egg, which came first? Corrupted minds or corrupted systems? Because corrupted minds created corrupted systems, and corrupted systems corrupted the minds. So,
I've asked this question myself, and actually, I think maybe it's God's providence that made this particularly a certain paragraph in the Catholic Catechism. It's paragraph 1776. I've wondered about whether or not there's parallels between the foundation of the United States and the paragraph of 1776 within the Catechism here. 1776 is the start of the description about moral conscience. So 1776 reads, "Deep within his conscience, man discovers a law which he has not laid upon himself, but which he must obey. Its voice, ever calling him to love and do what is good and to avoid evil, sounds in his heart at the right moment. For man has in his heart a law inscribed by God. His conscience is man's most secret core and his sanctuary. There is alone with God whose voice echoes in his depths." It goes on to say in 1749, consciousness is a law of the mind, yet Christians would not grant that it is nothing more. I mean that it it was not a dictate, nor conveyed the notion of responsibility or duty, or a threat or a promise. Consciousness is a messenger of him who, both in nature and in grace, speaks to us beyond a veil and teaches us and rules us by his represent can't say the word right now. Represented. I can't say the word. I'm sorry. Consciousness is the aboriginal vicar of Christ. It is important for every person to be sufficiently present in himself in order to hear and follow the voice of his conscience. This requirement is interiority is all the more necessary as life often distracts us from any reflection, self-examination, or introspection. Return to your conscience, question it, turn inward, brethren, and in everything you do, see God as your witness.
I want to ask one question based on that.
And that's from the Catechism of the Catholic Church.
That's a very interesting quote. And the first question that came to mind is, you guys don't believe in the noose, but what do you think is the distinction between?
We do believe in the noose. That's just like
Okay.
that's like an internet orthobro polemic. So the noose is like your mind, like, and we believe in the mind. Like, just because we don't use the word noose doesn't mean that we don't believe in the concept of the noose. That's literally a diorite polemic.
I got it. I'm just saying, like, basically, in my understanding, that basically what that means is we are like a receiver of God's law, and we have to kind of develop our ability to understand what that is in a way, or like we're trying to develop our ability to communicate with God is kind of what it's saying, right?
That ability is ingrained within you. Yeah. Within your conception of soul, your mind, your spiritual ability, your heart, whatever you want to call it, whatever word you want to put upon it. Yeah, I mean, it's written there within your soul. So, like, and that quote was from Newman, the one that talks about the consciousness is the aboriginal vicar of Christ within you. So you have this authority that's already within yourself that's kind of telling you, directing you towards God, or directing you towards pursuing what would be good, opposed to what would be evil, right?
So, but I guess the question,
you don't need extra revelation to know these things. You don't need the Bible to know these things. There are revelation, and naturally, and this would be a Catholic perspective, is that we can come to revelation by nature. We believe that, and the Orthodox actually don't deny this either. Often in these Orthodox online polemics, they try to go against natural theology, although the Orthodox Church is not against natural theology. But natural theology, nature is a revelation of the Creator. We can see that we don't need to necessarily know. We don't have to read the Bible to know that God is real.
I guess my question is kind of like, how do you guys see how do you understand the variation in the people either listening to that voice versus not listening to the voice? What I mean is, like, and again, I'm not an expert on this. I'm just trying to based on my conversation, I'm trying to reiterate what I heard, which is kind of how I've kind of perceived it.
Hold on. Let me just debunk this fucking retard in the chat right now. Noose, definition, dictionary, philosophy, the mind or the intellect. Get the fuck out of here, dude. You're fucking retarded, dude.
What? Again, I'm just trying to wrap my head around the idea, because, and I don't disagree with anything you said. I'm just trying to understand, like,
let me just share this fucking screen so this retard knows that he's fucking retarded. Let me just do that. Go ahead, continue, Neurojack.
You're good. How do you understand the idea that people can have let's just say a darkened heart versus a lighter heart, and how do you guys kind of understand that comes about? Is that because of personal sin, or is it on the individual, or is it like a collective weight that you're carrying, if that makes any sense?
I'm sorry, I wasn't listening. I was debunking this retard in the chat.
I'll give you an example. So, like, from what I understand of Eastern Orthodoxy, basically they see sin of.
It's not the Orthodox definition, you micro penis. Dude, hey, get this clown up. You let me get some ortho bros up in this thing to give me some challenges here.
Well, I'm gonna bring
Swing
them
through,
out,
bro, and also Rochelo reviews. Please swing through. You know he will. He's done it before.
Well, trust me, I'm sure by me seeing these things, I'll draw them out magically, right?
Like
So-
we reject the whole concept of mind and heart and everything, and like we don't have any concept of that whatsoever. Like,
Hey, I got a question real quick. Let me pause the stream and ask this. Why are none of you motherfuckers restreaming this?
well, I don't have the option to do that though. It doesn't give me that option to do it.
I didn't
Wonder
even
why.
think about it until you said it. I spaced it. It's
Jack
It's
didn't
getting
want his
late.
daddy to be mad at him.
No, Jack doesn't want the heat
No.
from. You know,
I wish
Paul
I'd have
and
thought of it earlier. Well, you know what? If I start streaming, I bet it'll call him in, and then I'm gonna go to bed though.
I didn't know you could, but I just started doing it, so
That's what-
I'll do that.
Paul was crying earlier, saying, "You tell me some fucking people in the jungle that never heard of your God, they're gonna go to hell." That's one of the arguments you hear a lot.
Okay, I'll say this point before I forget it. Okay, so under Orthodoxy, from what I understand, I'm not straw manning, I'm just trying to say what I understand. They have the idea that although we're not born with original sin, that we all collectively kind of
They do believe in original sin though. That's another one of these weird fucking polemics that they make online. That's not even true. But
okay, well, bring that into it, but they think that we should take on the responsibility of others unto ourselves, and I was trying to relate that to what you said about we should try and feed other people as well as take care of ourselves, and also to segue that into how do you because I know nothing about Catholicism, so that's why I'm asking, but how do you understand that? How do you guys reconcile what is causing people to have a darkened heart or darkened nous? Basically meaning like, how do we kind of become a reprobate? You know, how do we avoid getting that far? I guess is the simplest way I can ask the question. You know?
we're turning away from that moral path that's ingrained within our nous. Exactly the same way that the Eastern Orthodox are going to say.
The thing is, they say they
what's
put a
the
lot
difference?
they put a lot of emphasis on there's
They
ways
use a fancy word called nous, and they make that as if it's some kind of like fancy thing that only the Eastern Orthodox have, like the essence energy distinction and shit. But it's no different than fucking Catholics. I mean, there is no difference there.
I got it. But I guess my question is there a certain way to avoid, like, is there a certain practice or way of doing or living our life to pull away from that direction is what I'm saying. Like, how, you know what I'm saying? Like, how, what is the,
of course there is, you follow the way of God. There really is no difference. I mean, the nous essentially is saying that, like, you can choose to go away from God or you can choose to go towards God. I mean, there is no difference there really in theology. I mean, like, you can choose to do things that are sinful, or you can choose to do things that are not sinful.
And what about you, Machine Lives? What would you say is the equivalent in Islam? Because I literally don't know much at all about Islam, as far as like sin and personal responsibility for your wrong decisions, I guess. Especially because you're saying, like, if you're taking away free will, it in Western thought, at least to my understanding, it would assume then that you can't really be held accountable for your personal shortcomings, I guess.
Well, I think there's a triple a triple paradox kind of there. And I think one is that there is a sense in which sin means the degradation of human nature, whereas sin is actually poisonous to human nature, whereas sin is actually not optimal within the human experience. So one might say that a life that doesn't participate in sin is actually one that is much more fruitful, much more beneficial to the person that's living that life, without the stain of sin and immorality. Life seems rather peaceful and optimal. So one is not actually so in other words, in terms of human nature, it's not really a choice whether to be sinful or not sinful, when that's being not sinful is optimal. In other words, it translates to good health. So it's just like if a doctor would prescribe you medicine if you're sick, and your choice is whether to take it or not, whether to feel sick or not feel sick, well, you'd take the fucking medicine. You know what I mean? Well, that's the when presented with a clear option of whether to live an optimal life or a not optimal life, you would choose the optimal one. So in one sense, our degradation is based on the fact that sin creates that once we sin, we're led astray more through our own disobedience. So in another sense, once we follow God, we're open to our own freedom, that we open ourselves up to more opportunities to actually do the right thing once we actually obey and follow God. So in that sense, it's not really a choice, or not a choice that any sane person would gamble with. You know what I mean, right? But in another way, there's this sense of just free will in general. Now, I think that it comes down to what I said earlier, that we're free insofar as that freedom means reaching our highest potential, not in the sense that we're able to do whatever we want, because in the sense that if we do whatever we want, that is self-destructive. Just doing whatever we feel like doing at the whim of the moment is usually self-destructive. So in another sense, our ability to control, like I say, freedom is not the same thing as control. Power is not the same thing as control, and freedom is not the same thing as choice. Just because we're bound to choose the good, and that optimizes our freedom. You know what I mean? So, I don't know what
Yeah, I guess I just to go on to the Catholic point, and I'm going to refer to the CCC again. I'm going to do paragraph 1798. It says, a well-formed conscience is upright and truthful. It formulates its judgments according to reason, in conformity with the true goodwill willed by the wisdom of the Creator. Everyone must avail himself of the means to form his own conscience. Faced with this moral choice, conscience can make either a right judgment in accordance with reason and the divine law, or the contrary, an erroneous judgment that departs from them. A human being must always obey the certain judgment of his conscience. So, in essence, your conscience is the Pope within yourself. There is this guiding force within yourself that you need no external church, you need no external building, you need no external book, you don't need the catechism of the church, you need nothing to know to do what is right. But
the Tao says
God
I wanted to shut up. I am the Tao. Thank you. Appreciate it.
God transcends all these material things, the church, the books, all these things. God has written this upon your noose. And you
Here we
know,
go. Here we
you
go.
know when you are transgressing upon these things that are written upon your noose. God is not confined to a book. He's not confined to the Bible. He's not confined to the catechism. And then even like, I don't know about Muslims, but I know in Catholics, we focus on negative theology, right? We're talking about things that God can't possibly be. We're not saying what God is. We're defining God by determining what God cannot be.
Yeah, and that seems to be my experience with the Orthodox as well so far. And here's what I want to say about that versus Protestantism, at least a certain kind. For me, I always found it strange because when growing up, when they say, well, you have to accept Jesus as your savior or else you're going to hell.
Here we go with the fucking pedophile. Here we go.
I know.
This is a typical, so like here I am standing
like the
for like
Reddit level
the
shit.
most hated fucking thing on the planet. I'm here standing for the most hated thing on the fucking planet. And you have faggots come out here and they pull this fucking bullshit. Oh, you believe in pedophile priest, right? So I must be wrong because the fucking mainstream media told you about fucking pedophile priests. So I'm wrong, right? So nothing I could possibly say is true. You need to examine your fucking noose. Your noose is fucking all not noose-like, faggot.
Here,
Get the fuck
here.
out of here, dude. I got one proponent in the chat, Michael A., that understands this, is that the most hated church probably is the most true church. But I'll yield.
Let me ask you this real quick, EBT, since you ride for the Catholic Church. What do you think about the last, like the relatively recent rise of like the ortho sphere and everything on the internet?
Here we go. Way to be ignorant to your own clown church. Okay.
That'd be that Kuba
Am I being fucking ignorant, you fucking fool? Is this some fucking diorite? Some fucking bullshit diorite bullshit, right?
What do you think of that?
They think they can just deny all authority in their church. If something I don't like, a bishop says something I don't like, I can deny it and I can go to some other fucking. My whole view depends on the apostolic procession of the bishops within my church. But if some fucking bishop says something I don't like, I can just reject that and I can go somewhere else. Like these people literally have no fucking position whatsoever. It really is unbelievable. But
you're getting trolled, I think.
No, I am getting trolled. I am getting trolled, and I'm responding to the troll. And,
you're the troll.
And my news is responding to the fucking troll. I am.
Don't forget, bro.
I am trolling the troll. Is what I'm doing. Like you guys don't understand what the fuck I'm doing right now. You think I'm on the internet trying to defend Catholicism? Like I don't know. That's just the fucking worst thing you could possibly try to defend on the internet. Get the fuck out of here, people.
Well,
I always think I'm doing here. You think I really want to come on here and defend Catholicism? Literally, the most. If you want to name something that would be the worst thing to defend, number one would be Catholicism. You think I'm on here trying to do that? Fuck y'all, retards, dude. You have no fucking clue what you're talking about. Yeah, well, that's right. We love the God. We love the fucking God. That's what we do around here.
I just think it's funny when people say, "Oh,
even the fucking Muslim, the fucking Muslim on my other side gets more respect than the fucking Catholics, dude." And then like these fucking ortho bros come in like, "Oh, I've never heard about orthodoxy. I've never heard about orthodoxy. That seems super base, bro. It seems super base. Everybody else is soy and cringe and." They don't have the noose, and they don't have the essence energies distinctions, bro. Like, and they're not Catholics, but they like do the same things that Catholics do. Like, totally based, bro. get the fuck out of here, dude. Like, I mean, like, that's why I hate engaging with the truth of community, because they have no fucking clue about any of this shit. Like, at least my nigga, fucking Machine Lies knows a pretty good, decent amount of these arguments between these sects and shit. But I mean, there really is no difference between fucking Orthodox and Catholics. Most of it is fucking political bullshit. The filioque is not really that big of a fucking difference. You guys essentially believe in the same thing. The Immaculate Conception is essentially the same thing you guys fucking believe. You guys believe in the original sin. There's no real difference. Okay, their patriarchs are no different than the fucking Pope. You believe that the councils are infallible. You believe that men that gathered together are infallible and be able to declare doctrine. There's no fucking difference, okay? There is no fucking difference between us. Except you guys are not in communion with who Jesus Christ gave the fucking keys in the fucking Bible. He gave the keys to fucking St. Peter to establish the church. And you motherfuckers are not in communion with that motherfucker. Okay? You guys are not in the true church.
I just find it interesting.
Let me go back to that. Let me go back to that question and ask you, EBT. Let me ask you, what do you think about the recent rise of the orthosphere online? Do you think it's like a coordinated?
I've talked about this many times.
Well, I'm asking you right now, motherfucker.
I've talked about the connections between Jay Dyer and Dugan, and the connections between Father Seraphin Hamelin. I've talked about the connections between Saint Justin Popovich and all these other New World Order. I've talked about the connections between Jay Dyer and these things that he often goes against. He goes against Fordham University and all these other guys. He's directly connected to all these people. He's directly connected to this idea of promoting this hatred of the West. That is his main gig. I hate the West. Everything the West does is terrible. There's this thing that you haven't heard about. You have Protestantism, Catholicism, atheism, New Age. All this shit's totally bullshit. Have you heard about Eastern Orthodox? Well, have you specifically heard about Russian Orthodox? Okay, so we hate the Greek Orthodox. We hate the OCA. We hate the Orthodox Church of America. We hate all these other jurisdictions that we're technically in communion with, but the Russian Orthodox. Let me tell you about the Russian Orthodox. Okay, this is the one true church. Okay, let me tell you about and we have the essence energy distinction. We got the noose. We got all this shit, and Rome doesn't have that. Rome is totally good. They got absolute divine simplicity. We got divine simplicity, but the Russian church got the Rome has absolute divine simplicity. We've got divine simplicity. So there's a difference here between absolute divine simplicity and divine simplicity, because we got the essence energy distinction.
EBT, I want to ask a question real quick.
Essence energy distinction.
Well, let me ask one question really quick, because I want to understand this.
The Eastern Orthodox have no magisterium. They have no canon. There is no. You cannot know what the Eastern Orthodox Church even believes. They are Protestant. No different.
Well, to me, just looking at it from an outside observer, it goes with I see a lot of cultural trends coming out of Russia on the internet. Like funk is a huge genre, right? Like that's a lot of that shit's from Russia. The Russian doomer music, a lot of even the whole Tartaria psyop and all this shit seems to be like Eastern
100% Tartarian psyop.
And it's all coming out of Russia/China, basically the Eastern dominance over the West.
Yeah, no, 100%. That's a big deal. Tartarian psyop comes from the Russian church. my boy, I read old magazines is his channel. He's out of Dyer ran him out, but I read old magazines connected all this shit with Dyer, with Seraphin Rose. Seraphin Rose was a faggot. That was with all these new age fucking teachers and shit. Went with all these new age fucking teachers. I know that Machine Lice knows what I'm talking about. And they came out with all these bullshit polemics, was involved with all these weird fucking control groups and stuff. And let me tell you, every single fucking internet orthodox on the internet talks about Seraphin Rose. But they never talk about that Seraphin Rose is a fucking faggot till the day that he died, and that he was with Timothy Leary and all these other new age fucking people that he was learning all this shit from them. They only care that Seraphin Rose was saying that the Catholic Church is wrong. That's the only thing that they tie into this whole thing. And then I would say, like, if I put this into a file, if I got a file folder, shout out to Jim Bob, I got a file folder of all these people that hate the Catholic Church. I had a file folder of all these fucking people that hate the Catholic Church. Well, then y'all got some weird fucking bedfellows then, okay? So if you're fucking new age fucking mushroom fucking psychedelic gurus are in the same fucking bed as your saints, then you got a fucking problem. You got a fucking problem that you got to deal with. Don't come to me. Don't give a fuck what you think that Papa Frank said, because Papa Frank is base. Read the fucking encyclicals and tell me that Papa Frank is not base.
So let me ask something real quick, just because I don't want to forget.
No. I'm going hard right now. I'm going fucking. I gotta get a third molar removed in the morning. I don't gotta go to work. They're gonna pull the fucking. I'm gonna get like gas and everything. I'm going hard tonight, right now. I'm telling you, right fucking now. And they already gave me the fucking codeine before. They already gave me the pain medicine. Maybe or maybe not. I'm already on it. But I'm going hard right now in the pain. I'm telling you, read Laudato Si by Pope Francis. Read the fucking section about the transhumanic fucking anyways, I don't know. Go ahead. Get me off this fucking mainstream.
What is
fuck out of here.
First of all, what's the deal with Duginism, number one? Number two, if this group of Tartarians,
Duginism hates the West, wants to create this idea that somehow Russian was this huge worldwide government or establishment that existed that was destroyed by the West, and everything about it was destroyed by the West, and that somehow there will evolve this idea that there will be this molding of orthodoxy with occultism that will rise to be the next really predominant religion within the world.
So how do you think that relates to the fact that we're seeing the West be undermined by whoever's controlling, like us, whether it be the Jays or whatever? How do you think those two things are interacting? Do you think it's just different factions vying for control of the West, or do you think it's
the Jays fucking controlled the fucking communist revolution? They controlled fucking Russia. They controlled all this shit. Even when the Catholic Church disbanded the Jesuits, the fucking Jesuits went to fucking Russia, and then even Russia promoted the Jesuits within their community. Like Catherine the Great promoted all the Jesuits within the Russian Orthodox community, and then Catherine the Great was the one that sent the missionaries to the United States in Alaska. Saint Herman the Great, all the original missionaries to North America came from Catherine the Great, and they were predominantly influenced by Jesuits. And hesychasm, which often comes up, hesychasm, which is promoted by Gregory Palamas, Saint Gregory Palamas, which they often rely on their essence energy distinction, right? Although, this whole idea of focusing on the essence energy distinction totally denies what they believe in the simplicity of God, right? They're essentially the internet orthodoxy want to make you want to believe that there are these actual distinctions in God, right? Which goes against divine simplicity, right? And they want to make you believe that the Catholics believe in this thing called absolute divine simplicity, and that this absolute divine simplicity is caused all the evil things in the world. Absolute divine simplicity caused the Enlightenment. It caused the revolutions. It caused atheism. It caused 9/11. Everything that's wrong with the world is because of absolute divine simplicity. Now, as Eastern Orthodox, we have just divine simplicity. We don't have absolute, we have divine simplicity, which means that we can make this essence energy distinction. And no other religion in the world has this, is what they want to tell you.
Just real quick on that point. What do you say about?
I'm really spurging right now. I'm
That's
sorry.
okay. What do you say about the fact that it seems that the Orthodox are more against the Jays, or at least that's the way they portray them?
They're not. They're not. Who is the second largest landowner in Israel next to the state of Israel? The Eastern Orthodox Church.
Bam.
Bam. Tell me they're against
Wake
it.
the fuck up, people.
I listened to a Orthodox podcast right before you started yours. Buck Johnson, he's a associate of a lot of these guys, and I enjoy his talks. I'm not saying anything bad, but they were specifically talking about the.
I'm sorry for Spurgeon. I really am sorry.
No, this is actually. I actually wanted to talk about this, so I'm actually glad you brought this up. So they were talking specifically about the relationship between Orthodox with the Jays versus Protestants and Jays. And I think they mentioned Catholics, but I can't remember exactly what they said. But essentially what they were saying is the Protestants are seeing Israel as it has to be a part of the prophecy of bringing back God, versus the Orthodox who see it as they think that, it's not a physical place where the Jays are supposed to be at. It's more of like they've been tricked into this belief system that is aiding the Jays, and the Orthodox are saying, well, we don't owe the Jays anything, and but I do, and so I say all that to say this: like, something is very much undermining the West from inside, and I think it could be the Jays, but you don't think there's anything above it? Like, what about the royalty of Europe? What about the royalty all over the world? Do they not have any sway? Like,
what royalty of Europe? They're non-existent, right? Who are we talking about?
Well, I don't. Those families didn't die away. Even in Asia,
most of them did, though. What? Can you name the one that you probably think that you're talking about?
Well, I'm just okay. Like the Dutch, the Swiss, the High Germans or whatever, the English.
They maintain Catholicism, or did they depart from that?
I don't know. That's why I'm asking, honestly. That's what I'm trying to understand is, like, if it's all the Jays, how are they able to trick all the goys into aiding them is kind of what I'm saying. Like, by what mechanism is that working, and including if it's the Orthodox and other Protestants.
I mean, do you know that the Holy See was the absolute last sovereign nation to recognize Israel as an actual state?
I did not know that.
and that wasn't until the 80s. Even in the 30s, Pope Pius the 12th, I believe it was say the Catholic Church cannot recognize that there is a legitimate state for quote unquote the Israelites, because that is contrary to the Catholic belief. We did not believe that there is a legitimate state that is known as the Israelites.
Well, this is kind of what they seem to be saying in this podcast. And again, I'm just saying that because this is kind of leading into a hunch that I've had and I've talked about with other people I won't name, but essentially that the group of people who call themselves the Jays are not really Jays by any true meaning of the sense of the word. They're trying to portray themselves as the chosen.
That doesn't even matter. I mean, I would say my position on that is that post 70 AD, when the temple is destroyed, Judaism no longer exists. Okay, this is even what Pope Francis says himself. Judaism is obsolete because Judaism requires the fucking temple. The temple does not exist. Therefore, Judaism does not exist. The Messiah of the fucking Judaic religion manifested on earth as Christ our Lord. Therefore, Judaism no longer fucking exists. Plain and simple.
So how
you either believe in Christ or you're outside of Christ. There is no Judaism anymore. The temple doesn't exist. You can't make sacrifice. There is no blood sacrifice.
Do you think they'll make the third temple?
No. So, as the topic of the stream, sin requires blood sacrifice for atonement. There is no longer any place that God commands where you can atone with blood for your sins, other than, well, here's where we're getting the weird thing. Other than the Catholic Church or the Orthodox, and maybe a couple like Lutheran churches that still hold to it. But I mean,
well, how are they able to control the world from that position, though? Like, how do you think they wiggled their way in?
They don't. They probably don't. Like, there's a really good channel that goes into this stuff, because look. So, like, you can get into this whole, like, some of this conspiracy shit. You can get into it. You think you really understand it. I really get it. I know these things. Like, I know that they do this shit, and like I know this history and all this shit. But like, I mean, like, if you really look into it, like, it's way more complex than you think that you understand, and like, you really don't fucking understand. There's this fuck, what's the name of this channel? Let me pull it up. There's Jew channel that I watched that really goes in depth through all this history of Jews from 70 AD, and the way they involve, and I'll throw our Muslim brother under the bus here, because like, the Jews usually are appealing to the Muslim guys to try to get authority, because for the most part, the Catholic Church is condemning the fucking Jews, and they're throwing them off to the Muslim lands, even though, like, Spain and shit, right? Like, we're condemning the Jews, we're putting them off into Islamic lands. We're saying that we don't want to involve with them, but at the same time, yeah, we're involving in usury with them. And this goes back to what we were talking about the other night. But yeah, so we do have to. I don't know what I'm talking about anymore. So, but
well, I do think it's interesting. I think EBT touched on certain points that I will agree with. On the large scale, I think one of the interesting things he touched on was the obsession of of the the Orthodox Church, with this kind of weird dynamic within Russia, where the Orthodox Church is not only interested in buying land within Israel, but then there's also that link with the Duginism, with the Eurasian super state or whatever, or I think Gurdjieff called it the fourth way, and they draw a lot of their understanding from this Gurdjieff fellow, where they talk about where Dugin is influenced by Gurdjieff and constructing this Eurasian superstate, where they projected into ancient times too. They say that this state existed in ancient times. And this I did happen to watch one of this fellow's videos. I read old magazines after EBT pointed it out.
He's
One of the
super fucking boring, but if you actually go through it, he has he's
Yeah.
got some deep shit.
Yeah, he's got one on where he reads an article that somebody wrote on Jay Dyer, and that's the one that I was looking at. It's got Jay Dyer on the cover of the video.
This one is pretty deep, but yeah, the
Okay,
dude's
I
boring
don't
as
see.
fuck. But you gotta we couldn't do that live, but I mean,
Yeah,
if
What's
you look
the
at his
TLDR?
Twitter, if you look at his Twitter, I wish I could pull that up. He made this whole fucking chart about Dyer's connections with all these people and shit, and then in this whole live he breaks down all these connections. And this is where the meme about Dyer being like a KGB agent and it comes from this fucking dude, because this dude really did actual fucking research into this guy, and then Dyer just dismissed it. He just throws
Just
it away
hand-waved it.
hand waved it as if this guy's a lunatic and he thinks I'm KGB, and to this day, Dyer still makes fun of this and tries to make it a parody that he's just he's a KGB a spy doing this shit to try to it still happens.
But it's important to note that there's ties between the Bolsheviks, the Bolshevik party.
I'm past my blood alcohol limit at this point, but.
But Dugin had this whole thing with his daughter, where his daughter, before she got assassinated, she was starting a party within Russia called the New Bolshevik Party. And
Yes.
actually, Putin used to be a former KGB agent, and
Yes.
the KGB actually, under the direction of Stalin, Stalin actually found out that when Lenin actually took over Russia under the Bolshevik Party, he turned against the kulaks, which were the farmers, which were like Orthodox Russians, and he committed genocide against them. But then when Stalin took over and assassinated this guy Lenin and all those people, then he actually found it easier to use the Orthodox Church in his propaganda. So then the Communist Party actually used the Orthodox Church as their propaganda arm for several years. So it's important to note that the Communist Party was tied to the Orthodox Church, even then. And there is a link between
100%,
Israel. Yeah, there's a huge link between Israel.
The Communist Party chose the bishops for the Orthodox Church. This is not debatable. The communists, because the Eastern Orthodox depend on the government for their ecclesiastical hierarchy. The Eastern Orthodox Church requires the government choose the bishops. So the Communist Party chose the bishops for the Eastern Orthodox Church. This is just, there's no way to get around it. There is no way to get around it.
And then secondly, what you were saying about Seraphim Rose, I could co-sign most of the statements you made about Seraphim Rose, because he actually does not come from just like EBT said, he comes from a countercultural scene, and then he converted even when he converted, he did so under the guise of traditionalism, which is not really orthodox religion, but it's actually espoused by Rene Guénon after he studied like Islam and Sufism and stuff. And he thought, and it's almost like an inverted form of perennialism, where they think that that you have to like embed yourself within an old tradition to combat against so really it's like a reaction against perennialism. It's not an actual real legitimate starting point for religion, because especially within Christianity, because you have to be guided by the Holy Spirit to accept Christ. So it can't be something that you intellectually arrive at through your own intellectual efforts.
And that's what that guy that I put up a minute ago. I read old magazines, talks about how the tradition and family movement or whatever promotes all these trad movements to do this stuff, but like specifically Seraphim Rose, all the stuff that he's involved. Have you looked into like the Saint Herman of Alaska, and then like there's all these weird like death metal cults that like became Orthodox, and like there's so much weird shit with this stuff. And then you'll see it like when you listen to these online Orthodox polemics now, like they're gonna go to either St. Herman of Alaska, they're going to go to St. Justin Popovich, or they're going to go to St. Seraphim Rose. That's their three main things that they're going to go to. And I don't know. I mean, like I don't think any of these people actually read these people and try to understand them, because, or even look at their backstories. Like you look at the backstory of Seraphim Rose, like so many fucking red flags. So many red flags with Seraphim Rose. Like, you have to believe this dude is an agent. I don't know any other way to look at it.
And and from your point of view, do you think that that's why they've tried to make the Catholic Church seem like it's been infiltrated by Jays and communists and all this?
Of course, the Catholic Church has been infiltrated. I'm not denying that. Of course, it's been infiltrated. Has the doctrine changed based on that, though? No.
And again, I'm saying this as ignorant, but you say that it certainly has, at least in the Russian Orthodox, basically is right.
You can't know what the Orthodox believe because they have no magisterium. They have no. You cannot know what they believe. You literally cannot know what they believe. And you see this with the modern iteration of internet Orthodox. They say that if a bishop says something that I don't believe, I don't have to believe the bishop. That's not the way. Orthodox is like Bitcoin. I heard that today. Orthodox is like Bitcoin. Like, it doesn't check out, right? Like, it's no different than being a Protestant, right? This thing doesn't agree with what I think is what orthodoxy is. Therefore, I don't have to believe it. Therefore,
are they saying it's like decentralized? Is that what you mean by Bitcoin?
Yeah, that's what they say. They say it's decentralized, but it is in a sense, but it isn't in a sense, though. I mean, like it makes no sense. Is what I'm getting at. Essentially, it makes no fucking sense. How can you have a centralized authority that has no central head? It doesn't. It literally makes no fucking sense.
And
the only person that knows what I'm talking about is Michael A in the chat right now. But he knows what I'm talking about.
I'm trying to wrap my head around everything you're saying, and it makes sense. I understand. And so, what I would say is,
Eastern Orthodoxy is retarded. Like they think they can just believe in whatever they want. Eastern Orthodoxy is And this is what gets me is with and the one saint that I talked about is this Saint Justin Popovich, which most Eastern Orthodox don't even think that should be a saint. But he comes up with this idea that papism is the original Protestants, right? Which makes no fucking sense whatsoever. Okay, so like the main point of Protestants is that we reject the Pope. Well, the main point of fucking Eastern Orthodox is we reject the Pope. Okay, so like I don't to try to make the case that Catholics are the original Protestants makes no sense, and it denies history because we have the Coptics, right? We have so many other schisms before the East and West schism between what's now called the Orthodox Church and what's now called the Catholic Church. There's all these other schisms that happened before that. And then you have like these fucking retards like Kyle. You know who Kyle is, right? You don't know who Kyle is? So Kyle makes these memes about like 1054. 1054 is when the Pope said that he's infallible and the filioque and all this. Like the churches were still in communion for 300, 400, 500 years after 1054. Okay, like there was no schism. There was no 1054 schism. One patriarch got excommunicated by the Pope. Like there's not. It's not as most believers had no idea what most believe. I don't even understand the fucking filioque. Anybody on the internet telling you they understand the filioque debate doesn't understand the fucking filioque debate. Okay, I mean, why would the Holy Spirit not proceed from the fucking Son of God? Right? Like, I mean, like these things are so convoluted. They're so retarded. Like, and this really, to me, the deeper I dive into these differences is like I really do get to the point where like I mean like why do I even need to believe in this fucking bullshit? Why is there such a difference between so Jesus is God, right? In the Trinity. Jesus is God. There's no difference between Jesus being God. The Trinity is God, Jesus, and the Holy Spirit, but somehow the Holy Spirit can't proceed through Jesus, and this is a big fucking difference between the East and the West. Like, why would God make something so convoluted, so complicated that I can't fucking understand it? You know, the more you learn, the more I'm like, maybe I should be fucking Muslim. Anyways, go ahead, continue the machine.
Well, I could go off the angle of what you were saying about the Jews. I think that it's true that Judaism, after is considered a response to the Second Temple, to the destruction of the Second Temple, because they rejected the Messiah. So, because they're waiting for the Messiah figure to arrive, they had to do this whole intellectual exercise in constructing the Talmud, where they're basically just replacing the Messiah figure for the temple sacrifices. You know, so it's clear that you know, in the Talmud, they're talking about sin being wiped away through the temple sacrifices as a replacement for their belief that you know, that Jesus is a Messiah, their rejection of Jesus as the Messiah, that now they're trying to reinterpret their doctrine. And you see it all over in the Talmud, because it's like the Talmud is definitely a new religion. So whatever even Judaism was, because see, in the Bible, in the New Testament, it tells us that at the time of Jesus, there was already 4 different sects of Judaism. So if people think that Judaism was one thing at the time of Jesus, there's actually 4 different sects of Judaism at the time of Jesus. There's the Pharisees, there's the Sadducees, there's the Essenes, and there's also zealots and other people who put a place in the political authority of the establishment in Israel. There's other people who put the authority in the high priest. There's other people who put the authority within the religious commandments, and the interpretation of the laws, and there's yet another people who don't believe any of those things, so there's there's way different interpretations and communities of different practitioners, of people who practice Judaism at the time. Now, at the time in Europe, I mean, EBT is correct, because at the time the church had expelled Jews from almost every European country. So the only place they had to go was to the the Muslim countries, because the Muslims would accept Jews, and even they'd accept types of Christians that the church didn't accept, such as Coptic Christians and stuff like that, and other types of Christians, because at the time of the Crusades was going on, some of the Crusaders actually some of the people that they killed were not Muslims, but there were also other types of Christians and Jews that they killed on the Crusades, because they were trying to liberate the Holy Land of infidels. That meant anybody who didn't follow the church, in their opinion,
Right.
So Jews were almost excommunicated from every European country until Oliver Cromwell reinvited them back, and even he did so under the guise of Protestantism. So he didn't do so under the guise of the Catholic Church, but he did it under the Cromwell Protectorate, where he had colluded with such figures as Manasseh ben Israel, and these figures. Now, now when this whole plan by Manasseh ben Israel and Oliver Cromwell to bring the Jews back to England, that contributed to a crazy turn in European politics, the European banking establishments, and all that stuff, because at the time, the Jews were funding great parts of the European establishment, including they started funding the slave trade, like the Sephardic Jews financed the slave trade, so they played a huge part, and just because they were expelled under the Catholic Church doesn't mean that there was no Jews in Europe, because you had Jews that feigned conversion to Catholicism that still remained in Europe. These are called
Conversos.
yeah exactly, the Catholic Church called them conversos. So just because they were expelled didn't mean that they were gone, so they still had considerable influence. And part of the influence they had was during the rise of things like Protestantism and stuff like that. So there's all this influence there, like with the like how I mentioned with the Cromwell Protectorate, Manasseh ben Israel exerted an influence on Cromwell, and all these other things. So there was Jews, and this cat Manasseh ben Israel was a crazy dude. He thought like his wife was a descendant of King David and shit, and so he was a Talmudic Jew, like through and through. He wasn't just like but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, anytime you look into these opposing forces, they're like, if you really do a deep dive into them, they all seem like so fucking insane. So much of it's crazy.
They also funded Napoleon, so well-known fact.
No, and Napoleon is one of these weird figures who is very bipolar in what he's doing. Like at one point he's Catholic, at one point he's anti-Catholic, at one point he's pro-Islam. I mean, he even
he was Muslim. He was Muslim for a minute.
what they call him, Al Mohammed. He came up with his own fucking Muslim name, and even Albert Pike talks about Napoleon in Morals and Dogma, about the Islamic values that Napoleon was trying to promote, in society, right? But and then so like Napoleon really is this bipolar figure that any side can take. You can say, well, he's trying to promote Catholicism. You can say he's trying to promote Islam. He's trying to promote Protestant theology. Like, but he's not promoting anything in essence. And then to me, in essence, he becomes a Discordian in essence, right? Because he really doesn't necessarily even believe in anything, but he'll jump on any bandwagon whenever it.
Are you calling him? Are you calling him a J?
He hates the Jays too, though. Is the thing with Napoleon? Napoleon hates the fucking Jews too. You cannot. There is no way to pin the tail on a donkey on Napoleon because he'll hate the Jews. He'll hate the Catholics. He'll promote the Jews. He'll promote the Muslims. He'll hate the Muslims. There's no way to pin the tail on the donkey on other than he's engaging in Freemasonic perennialism is the only way that it can be understood.
Well, I think it was Maria Maria Mendez Nasi. That's Nasi that put Napoleon on the coin inside of France, and she had Napoleon on the coin of him transforming into King Cyrus. The same way that they have the Trump coin, with Trump transforming into Cyrus, liberating the Jews.
I wish I could promote my boy, but his channels are no longer on YouTube. But my boy Schism 206, Rockstar Esoterica, he did some super deep dives into all this shit, and like. I know we talked about this we did a Catholic cringe episode many years ago.
Very cringe.
Very cringe. But we talked about this dude, but he has done these insane deep dives into all this stuff, whether it was Morals and Dogma, whether it was the guy on the French Revolution, the name's evading me right now. But yeah, he's done some Robespierre. Yes, yeah, Robespierre. He's gone in these serious deep dives. I'm a member of his website, but he hasn't done anything lately. But he's got some serious going into Robespierre and Pike and Blavatsky and
that's a JFK assassination dude, right?
Oh, his JFK videos are probably like the dopest JFK assassination videos that exist. He even goes into like how the street layouts were like the Kabbalic tree of life and like he's amazing. But he even he did a series about like predicting the election and everything, like, and it all he's dope as fuck. I wish he would come back and like do a stream with us.
Let me ask Machine Lies and EBT. Do you guys
let me pull him up while we're talking? Yeah.
Do you guys think that we'll see the rebuilding of the Third Temple anytime in the near future?
Oh yeah, I think definitely they have to rebuild the temple before they pick their Messiah there. So I think that definitely it's gonna, they're gonna have the Messiah show up in the temple. So that's one of the.
Do you think it's Trump or do you think it's further down the line?
Well, I think it's definitely the way things are going. It's definitely related to what they're doing today with the Abraham Accords and those types of deals and stuff like that. It does seem like something is beginning to happen. There's also been increased violence against the Palestinians And now you see that actually after
can I share it? I'm sorry. I don't mean to.
No, it's all good. But yeah, I was just gonna say that the war on terror just seemed like after they were done with like the war on terror, it seemed like none of the Arab countries are really that surround Israel are really gonna plan any type of coalition or they had the war on terror, then they had the Arab Spring, and both of those operations basically silenced all type of dissension that any sort of Arabs had against the Israeli state. And I think they are coming into some type of real settling of what this thing is about. You also have the rise of right-wing religious extremism within Israel. So that's going on because the Kahanist party is getting stronger and stronger within Israel, and now they're gaining a lot of power within Israel. So the religious Orthodox factions, because before Israel itself was kind of secular, but now it's moving into a religious direction now that it gains all this power, exactly opposite of what people would have thought, Yeah.
I would just like to because I think that like our community might like be interested in this concept, but like from the Catholic Sedevacantists community, one of the main proponents from that is our brother Peter Diamond from Vatican Catholic, from our most holy family monastery. So like these guys are Sedevacantists, which means that they don't believe that there's been a pope since the establishment of the city-state of the Vatican City, right? They don't believe since 1929 in the Lateran Council, which established what we know now as the Vatican City State, which we see, in throughout a lot of conspiracy theories, or even people that say that they're not conspiracy theories, like the free man on the land, sovereign citizens, all this kind of shit. They still think that somehow the Vatican owns your soul or gets your birth certificate rights, and that like the Vatican City is like one of the only 3 city states in the world, and they have an obelisk, and like Washington D.C. has an obelisk, and London has an obelisk, and all this kind of shit. But like I don't know. I think a lot of people probably haven't seen this, and I would like to like just let this play. Why I get into the next thing that I was trying to talk about. I'm probably pretty far from being coherent at this point, but I would just like to just let this play though at this point, if it makes any noise.
In this video, we will refute Trenhorn's huge mistake on the Vatican and the Temple of God. In his error-filled video about me and the issue of Sedevacantism, which we've been carefully exposing in the series.
Okay, so I didn't make this point. Can you hear me? I didn't make this point because you guys were talking about the third temple of God, right? So like this particular Sedevacantist cult believes that the third temple is the Vatican. So that the temple of God already exists, and that all the things in Revelation are going to happen at the Vatican, because they believe the Vatican is already the third temple. Like the temple of God is the Vatican, is St. Peter's Basilica, which I would just like to say doesn't make any sense, because like even if you talk about ex cathedra, right? Where the Pope has to be, where he makes these definitive statements, is at St. John Lateran's, which is the Pope's seat is not at the Vatican. The Pope's chair of his authority is not at the Vatican, not at St. Peter's. It's at St. John Lateran's, which is outside of the Vatican. Anyways, that's the whole thing. But Vatican Catholic Most Holy Monastery makes probably the dopest claims of any conspiracy theorist out there. So I'll just let it run while I'm doing.
Some videos.
I'm too
Horn
drunk.
tried to respond to our point, which is that Scripture indicates that during the Great Apostasy, the temple of God and the church's physical structures will be taken over by her enemies and by a counter-church. According to Trent Horn, the prophecy about the temple of God cannot refer to a takeover of the church's physical structures by a counterfeit sect because Christians don't call their buildings temples. That's his claim. Here's what he said.
But in this context, Paul is saying that the lawless man will take a physical seat in a specific building, the temple of God, and proclaim himself to be God. Christians don't call the buildings they worship in temples, and there is no single temple of God where all Christians worship.
His claim is patently false, and he doesn't know what he's talking about at all. It's another example of how, in an attempt to persuade his audience, Trent Horn will make claims that are not factual and, in fact, blatantly false. In the process, he deceives people. In papal documents, there are many references to Catholic churches as temples. This video will cover some extremely interesting and important facts about this matter. First, I'll quote Pope Gregory XVI's document Quo Grati, July 6, 1831. This is the Latin text. Gregory XVI refers to the Catholic cathedral in which he was baptized. He calls it a temple. Notice the interesting statement about baptism as well. Quote, with an exceedingly sweet and pleasant memory, this foremost temple, templum, appears to our mind, in which reborn to God from water and the Holy Spirit, we receive the greatest benefit of all from divine liberality. End quote. Pope Gregory XVI uses the Latin word templum to describe the Catholic cathedral. That's the same word used in the Latin Vulgate's translation of 2 Thessalonians 2:4 to render the word temple. Next, the Fourth Council of Constantinople, the Eighth Ecumenical Council, was held in the Church of Hagia Sophia in Constantinople in the years 869 to 870. In the Acts of the Council, the famous church in which the assembly gathered was called a temple, using the Greek word naos, the very same word used by St. Paul for temple in 2 Thessalonians 2:4, a word that is translated into Latin with the word templum. So with these few facts, we've already shattered Trent Horn's ignorant and false claim about the temple of God.
Christians don't call the buildings they worship in temples.
But there is so much more. In a document dated February 7, 1832, Pope Gregory XVI wrote about the church at Assisi, where Antipope John Paul II, about 150 years later, would hold his abominable interreligious prayer meetings that are filled with prophetic and apocalyptic significance, as our material covers. See, for instance, our videos Apocalypse Now in the Vatican, The Antichrist Conquers in the Sign, and The Antichrist Distinguishing Mark. Referring to the very church in Assisi where St. Francis lived and which subsequently was expanded and became a basilica, Pope Gregory XVI repeatedly calls it a temple, using forms of the same Latin word templum. Quote, in that temple, the special glory of Umbria, and to that extent of the whole Western world, St. Francis of Assisi, daily making greater advances in exceptional sanctity.
Okay, I'm gonna go to this one because that's the one I wanted to show.
In our videos, we present overwhelming evidence that the current apostasy in Rome is the fulfillment of apocalyptic prophecy about the Whore of Babylon and the return of the beast that was. That is, pagan Rome in the last days. The Whore of Babylon is not the Catholic Church, but the prophesied end times counterchurch, the Vatican II sect. In this video, we will cover some additional striking facts that further support our conclusion about the end times beast and the Antichrist. The Apocalypse says that the beast has 7 heads, and it defines the 7 heads as 7 mountains and 7 kings. The 7 mountains are Rome.
De révérence. Il s'agit bien, donc, d'Europe.
God. John Paul II was duplicating what pagan Roman kings in the pagan Roman Empire did. More on that in a bit. Now, Apocalypse 13:3 tells us that one of the heads of the beast, and remember, each head is a king associated with Rome, seemed to have a mortal wound, but the wound was healed. Therefore, it tells us that one of the Roman kings seemed to have a mortal wound, but it was healed. That fits precisely with John Paul II, a Roman king of the Vatican City.
Just so you guys know that this is wrong, and the mortal wound is really about Elvis. Shout out to Jurassic Liars 26. We all know about this, but I'm going to let it run. So
The state and his famous wounding on May 13th, 1981 in St. Peter's Square. That event was a key part of the deception that surrounded his reign. In Apocalypse 13:14, we are told that the people are deceived to make an image for the one who was wounded by the sword and lived. That again fits John Paul II, who, despite his shocking apostasy and career of heresy, indifferentism, and blasphemy, was solemnly, quote, canonized by the Vatican II sect after his death, with his image being honored at St. Peter's Basilica, the Temple of God. That, quote, canonization has no validity for true Catholics because it was proclaimed by Francis, who is an antipope. According to Catholic teaching, heretics are automatically expelled from the church and cannot hold office in it. Accepting the idolater and heretic John Paul II as a saint is the means by which masses are implicated in the evils that he promoted.
Pope St. John Paul II, Pope St. John Paul the Great, St. John Paul. I'm not questioning his personal holiness. St. John Paul II.
Okay, how long is this?
Given to the teachings of St. John Paul the Great.
Two of the great saints of our times are St. Padre Pio and St. John Paul II.
Now consider this. The Greek word for short sword or dagger in Apocalypse 13:14, as in the one who was wounded by the sword and lived, is makairos, a genitive form of makaira. Guns did not exist in St. John's time. Thus, a wounding by a handgun at close range.
hold up, hold up. Let me put myself on. I just want to say, JP2's a fucking boss. JP2 fucking destroyed communism, motherfuckers. JP2 fucking brought down the wall. He fucking destroyed communism. JP2 is a fucking boss. I met JP2 personally in Reykjavik, Iceland. Myself, I met this motherfucker, okay? Destroyed communism, okay? JP2 is based as fuck. I don't care what the fuck these motherfuckers
Did you
say.
destroy your butthole too, or what? Damn, bro.
Okay.
Ooh.
Okay.
How long is this damn video?
I don't know.
Would
I'm gonna let it
reasonably
run.
be described by the biblical
Let it
writer as a
run.
wounding by the sword. Yet in 2008, it was revealed that on May 12, 1982,
Hold
about
on,
a year
hold on,
after his
hold
wounding
on,
in St.
hold
Peter's
on,
Square,
hold
John Paul II was.
No, like this is what you guys don't get. You never want. Okay, let me get to the Molech thing. Maybe that'll catch your guys' fucking attention. If I put
TLDR
fucking
for us.
Molech on there. Yeah. Somehow the Vatican is in control of the Colosseum, and the Vatican said that, well, let's put this Molech statue at the Colosseum because we control it and because we believe in Moloch and all this shit. Okay, yeah, no, I don't know. Somebody stop me from what I'm doing.
Colosseum. This happened just 7 days before the pagan idol Pachamama was worshipped in the Vatican gardens, end quote, blessed by Antipope Francis. These are just some of the examples of how pagan Rome has returned in fulfillment of prophecy. Many people can't understand how or why these kinds of things could be happening in Rome. Our material explains why. The most significant example of the return of paganism to Rome is found in the religious indifferentism and heresies officially preached by the Vatican antipopes and in the false doctrines of the Vatican II religion. Let's now consider another striking fulfillment of the prophecy about the return of the beast that is
We're
pagan
at
Rome.
4 hours.
First, note that while Roman emperors were technically speaking emperors rather than kings, they were in reality kings. See, for example, John 19:15, where Tiberius Caesar, the Roman emperor at the time.
Yeah, you know what? Maybe this is a EBT channel exclusive, where you go into the set of Vacantis claims. This probably might be too much for the CBO channel network to go into, because it really is fucking deep. And anybody that would be like, well, this is boring. I don't know what's going on. Well, dude, like, this is the most in-depth analyst of Revelation that I've ever seen from anybody on the fucking internet. Okay, like, I don't know what the fuck y'all doing. Even the fucking Muslim Sufi fucking retards talking about fucking alien reptilian fucking djinn and shit. Like, you guys are fucking retarded, dude. Like, nobody talks about this shit. Okay, if the Antichrist is coming through somewhere, it's got to be through the Vatican, because the Vatican is the headquarters of the true church.
I think it's interesting, like how much weird shit happened in like that decade from like 1910 to like 1919. Like it's like almost like everything happened during that time. You know, it's like a bunch of weird shit happened. Like that's when the Balfour Declaration happened.
Yeah,
that's when they
100%,
made the
dude.
atomic bomb shit. That's when they fucking
So
did
much
the
shit happened right there.
Federal
Yeah.
Reserve shit. This fucking all this shit just went down right like in like fucking 10 years span.
Is it because they made contact with the space ghost?
Could be.
No, when you guys were talking, a couple of things stuck out to me. I had to make a note so I didn't forget. But you said something about how Napoleon and the French Revolution is a very interesting period in time as well. But
The French Revolution is one of my favorite subjects, dude. That shit is so fucked up, dude. Like, beyond belief fucked up. If it was real.
Well, yeah, and also with the philosophy. And
I mean, they're
everything
putting like fucking boats full of fucking priests and fucking nuns and drowning them in the fucking water. Like, it's so fucked up, dude. Like,
and it's basically like a prelude to the Russian Revolution, essentially, and then all
the Russian Revolution is so fucked up too. Yeah, like,
no, but that's what I'm saying. It's like this whole step of that was like another initiation into the cult of death or whatever you want to call it. Of like, you have that, then you have the like you said, 1900, the first 10 years is, or from 1910 to 1919.
Oh my
You know,
God.
they slaughtered a third of Europe.
Hold
over
on,
what?
sorry, I got a crying baby here. I think I am gonna shut it down. Are you gonna stream on yours, ABT?
Yeah, I'm not done fucking spurging at this point. Like,
Okay, so everyone can go to Enslaved by True. Sorry, my boy is screaming right now.
I don't have a.
Thank you for hosting.
Have a thing yet. Hold up.
Yeah, all right. So I appreciate everyone that's here.
Just shut up. Shut the fuck up for a minute. Let me make a thing. Then,
EBT,
sir.
Machine Lies. We had Provo Kid, the Provo King with
Let me
Toilet Bowl
see.
Earth in the house.
Is the CB
The one and only Jack Talcott.
after show?
We had
Oh,
Cecil. Cecil seemed to rage quit. I'm not sure if that was real or a bit.
CBO.
Is that real or a bit?
Show. Public.
Cecil rage quitting.
Schedule for later. Add thumbnail. I don't have a thumbnail ready. I'm not trying to do all that shit. So I'll just.
Then I'm gonna dump all you guys into EBTs.
I'm gonna choose E. Michael Jones because I have that on my.
If someone else was on it, I forgot to mention you.
What is it?
Jedi
It's,
and Anglo Elite, and I don't know who else because I was not watching for a while.
Today at 1. Let's see if we can do 1:20 a.m. Create broadcast.
Oh my God, it's being so gay. It's making me sign in. Hold on.
I think I did it. I think I did it. Yeah, I think I did it. Maybe. Go live. Yeah, I think I'm live right now.
Okay, hold on. I'm trying to. It's making me do all this like signing in shit.
This conversation is not over at this point, sirs. Sirs. I'm waiting for Paul and Slave to come on here and tell me that he's God. That's I made notes. I literally made notes so that I could like destroy fucking Paul and Slade when he come up here and tell me that
He's
like
a fucking retard.
pages of notes that I could destroy this fucking retard. Anyways, I gotta just do fucking. I'm on set of Acanthus bullshit right now. That's where I'm at, but
I don't think I can do this because it's trying to make me.
well, just fucking link me in the chat, motherfucker.
Yeah,
Hold
I'm
on.
gonna
Do I have
have
to
to.
do I have to do that? Do I have to go to my YouTube?
Trying to figure
I
out how
have to go
to
YouTube.
do this. It's being super gay right now, though.
CBO after show. Here we go. Let me go share link, copy link, go back to this broadcast, post link, press the enter button. There you go, guys. You can come over here. We'll continue this conversation if we must, but
We must. I do appreciate everyone that's here, though. And then.
can you get can hold up, let me that's the link. I'll post the StreamYard.
Here we go.
in a
I'm
minute.
going to be able to dump them in. I got it in there. Bear with me.
I see that Machine Lies got that checkerboard floor up in his AI fucking VR all of a sudden. Sus.
Oh yeah.
Sus.
TBE gonna be crying at you tomorrow.
Shit, I gotta plug this phone in. It's gonna die. Hold up.
Hold on.
I'm too.
I'm almost there. I'm sorry. This Chromebook's so slow.
I'm gonna go to confession on Sunday. I can't be drinking this much anymore. It's just too bad.
Okay, I got the
didn't
got the
mean
thing set up. You guys should all get dumped into EBT stream when I end stream, which is gonna be right now. So thanks to everyone that's here. All the people that came on the panel, I appreciate you. And peace out.